Chapter 88 Sword and Tint. Life and Death Arena. 15 days later. The inner court exam would begin in another day. During this period of time, all the inner court elders of the sword sect could be said to be extremely busy. On the other hand, the disciples participating in the exam were cultivating desperately because they were deeply afraid of failing the test and being forced to continue staying as inner court disciples, because that would be extremely humiliating. Even though it was like that, everyone still didn't forget one matter, and it was that today was the day that the battle between the labor disciple, Yang Yes, who challenged Lu Qingyu, who was ranked at the 19th on the outer court rankings, would occur. After all, this matter had been a hot topic of discussion in the outer court at that time. Of course, at that time, most of them were ridiculing Yang Yi for overestimating his ability. Yet now, all of them were discussing about who would be the victor of the battle. Even though Yang Yi was only at the mortal realm, he was able to ascend into the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda. So, there was absolutely no need to doubt his strength. On the other hand, Lu Qingyu was a senior outer court disciple and a first heaven realm expert. Moreover, he was a genius that was ranked at the 19th position on the outer court rankings. So, his strength was undeniable. However, most of the people in the outer court didn't look favorably upon Yang Yi because Lu Qingyu was at the first heaven realm after all. If Lu Qingyu was a first heaven realm disciple from a clan in the mortal world, then everyone would definitely look favorably upon Yang Yi. However, Lu Qingyu wasn't a disciple from a clan in the mortal world, and he was an elite fostered in a sect. So, it was difficult, extremely difficult for Yang Yi to surmount a realm of cultivation and defeat an elite of a sect. In short, no matter who won and who lost, it would definitely be a fierce struggle. So, at this moment, numerous senior outer court disciple and new outer court disciples had surrounded the life and death arena since a long time ago. The new outer court disciples stood at the left side while the senior outer court disciples stood on the right. Even though they were all outer court disciples, they'd subconsciously divided into two groups. However, the meaning behind the life and death battle between Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu had changed slightly. It was originally a private matter between Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu. But after Yang Yi became an outer court disciple, the meaning behind this matter had changed. Because Yang Yi seemed to have become the representative of the new outer court disciples. Since Yang Yi deterred a disciple on the outer court rankings, Yang Yi's reputation amongst the new outer court disciples had shot up to a point that was simply impossible to compare to. Now, all of these new outer court disciples on the left had come to cheer for Yang Yi. Similarly, the senior outer court disciples on the right had come to cheer for Lu Qingyu. They didn't care about the enmity between Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu, and all they knew was that Lu Qingyu represented the senior outer court disciples now. So, if Lu Qingyu lost, then all of them would lose face. Lu Qingyu is here. Right at this moment, someone shouted from amidst the crowd. Everyone looked up at the life and death arena, and they saw a figure descend lightly onto it. When they focused their gazes over, they noticed that this figure belonged to none other than Lu Qingyu. At this moment, Lu Qingyu's expression was gloomy, while his eyes contained ghastly killing intent. Yes, at this moment, Lu Qingyu wished for nothing more than to immediately slaughter Yang Yi. After he found that Yang Yi's mother was a spirit realm expert on that day, he was terrified indeed. So, had hurriedly returned to the sword sect, and then hid within 7 refinement peak to cultivate diligently. However, never had he imagined that when he left 7 refinement peak, his Lu clan had actually been annihilated. Moreover, had never imagined that it wasn't Yang Yi's mother who annihilated his clan, and it was actually Yang Yi. Besides that, after Yang Yi annihilated his entire clan, the Grand Qin Empire actually didn't order for Yang Yi's arrest, and Yang Yi was even allowed to swagger back to the sword sect. He wasn't able to find out why the Grand Qin Empire didn't order for Yang Yi's arrest, and he didn't want to find out about it. All he knew was that he would avenge his clansmen today. He was afraid of Yang Yi's mother, but he was absolutely not afraid of Yang Yi. He admitted that Yang Yi's natural talent was above his own, and if Yang Yi was given sufficient time, Yang Yi would definitely surpass him. However, Yang Yi was only at the mortal realm now. So, even if Yang Yi had ascended to the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda, Yang Yi was still a profounder at the mortal realm in the end. Had decided that when he fought Yang Yi later, He would attack with his full strength to annihilate Yang Yi right at the beginning and give the elders of the sword sect no chance to rescue Yang Yi. After 2 hours passed, Yang Yi still hadn't made an appearance, and some of the senior outer court disciples couldn't help but start mocking Yang Yi. Is Yang Yi afraid? Does he not dare to come to participate in this battle? Haha. Exactly. I knew it. So what if he has ascended to the 22nd level? He's only at the mortal realm now, and it's utterly impossible for him to be a match for senior brother Qingyu, who's at the 4th rank of the 1st heaven realm. Being able to retreat in the face of difficulties is good as well. No matter what, Yang Yi is a genius of my sword sect, and I only hope that he'll learn how to keep a low profile after this incident. I think that it isn't just Yang Yi, and even all of those new outer court disciples should learn to keep a low profile. I heard they established some sort of sword school, and over 80% of the new outer court disciples have joined it. What do they intend to accomplish by doing that? We haven't even left yet, they're already thinking about taking control of the outer court? Hee, the sword school? Fellow senior brothers, after this matter comes to an end, why don't we go teach these newbies how to act? All right, count me in. Count me in as well. The senior outer court disciples seem to be speaking extremely loudly on purpose for the new outer court disciples to hear, and it was to the point that all the new outer court disciples on the left could hear them clearly. The faces of the new outer court disciples flushed red. If it wasn't out of fear for the sect's punishment, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from attacking. If all of them just humiliated Yang Yi, then many outer court disciples wouldn't feel furious. However, these senior outer court disciples had even humiliated all of them as well. So, how could they not feel furious? Senior sister Qingxue, why hasn't senior brother Yang Yi arrived yet? An outer court disciple by King Su's side couldn't help but ask this question while his voice already carried a trace of resentment. Qingxue turned around to look at the disciples behind her. When she saw all of their faces had flushed red while they seemed to be extremely infuriated, her beautiful brows instantly knit together while she said in her heart, "What exactly are you doing?" Actually, she really understood their feelings because she felt slightly resentful as well. She believed that Yang Yi wouldn't shrink back from battle, but since he still hadn't made an appearance, she couldn't help but have other thoughts. This battle wasn't just related to Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu, and it was also related to the reputation of the sword school. If Yang Yi won, then the sword school's reputation would rise to extraordinary heights, and no group or person in the outer court would be able to go against the sword school. On the other hand, it didn't matter even if Yang Yi lost, because so long as Yang Yi fought Lu Qingyu for a period of time, then it would still be an honorable defeat, and even though it would affect the sword school's reputation, it was within her ability to control. However, if Yang Yi shrunk back from battle, then it would be over. At that time, everyone within the sword school would be unable to walk with their heads held high, and there would definitely be no one willing to stay in the sword school. So, this battle was a matter of utmost importance. Yet what exactly was Yang Yi doing? At this moment, Yang Yi was within a dense expanse of forest in Cool Breeze Gorge. He held a sword in his hand while had been standing before an ironshell tree for a few days now. After he returned from the Grand Myriad Mountains, Yang Yi had continued hit bitter cultivation, and just 4 days ago, Yang Yi had suddenly entered into a strange state while training in his drawing technique. Had come into contact with something under that state, and it was the same thing had come into contact with before he was interrupted by that black-robed person in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Moreover, this matter had caused Yang Yi to be extremely furious at that time. Now, Yang Yi had entered once more into that state. Moreover, had been in this state for 4 days and 4 nights now. Rustle. Suddenly, with Yang Yi as the center, all the leaves around Yang Yi suddenly flew up into the air while the large trees in the surroundings seemed to have been blown by violent winds, and they swayed violently. More and more leaves flew up from the ground, and these leaves drifted slowly around Yang Yi as if they were controlled by an invisible hand. On the other hand, the large trees in the surroundings seemed as if they were being destroyed by something. Numerous branches started emanating cracking sounds while the leaves on those trees started to drift down slowly. For a time, the entire scene in the surroundings was slightly strange. After this continued for around an hour. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. The leaves before Yang Yi instantly transformed into shattered bits that covered the sky. At the same time, Yang Yi raised his sword and swept it swiftly towards his surroundings. No sword chi shot out from the sword, yet the large trees in an area of over 30 m around Yang Yi crashed to the ground. This wasn't the end. The sword in Yang Yi's hand suddenly charged out from its sheath, and it emanated a few sword lights before it automatically flew back into its sheath. Rumble. At the instant the sword flew back into its sheath, a few tens of trees in the area around Yang Yi rumbled and collapsed, causing branches and leaves to fly up and fill the sky. After he witnessed everything that occurred before him, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "This is the intent that Qingshi spoke of?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the entrance of the gorge. He didn't have the time to think about this so-called intent because he didn't know what day today was, and he just hoped that he didn't miss the agreed-upon date to battle Lu Qingyu on the life and death arena. Right when Yang Yi walked out of the gorge, 4 beautiful women that wore palace clothes had arrived at Sky Peak. Chapter 89 Instant Annihilation. Yang Yi left the gorge and intended to inquire about today's date. However, to his surprise, he was actually unable to find a single outer court disciple. Yang Yi refused to give up, and he took a circle through the outer court, and he finally found a labor disciple that had just joined the sword sect. He found out from this labor disciple that everyone else had gone to the life and death arena. Yang Yi immediately rushed towards the life and death arena, and he was shocked when he arrived here, because there were so many people there. When the senior outer court disciples and new outer court disciples were combined together, there were over 10,000 of them in total. Moreover, practically all of these 10,000 plus disciples had come to the life and death arena. So how could there not be a huge crowd? As he gazed at the dense crowd, Yang Yi was slightly troubled because he was trying to figure out how to get to the life and death arena. After all, he couldn't fly yet. Yang Yi had no choice but to walk behind an outer court disciple, and then he patted that disciple on the shoulder and said, "Senior brother, excuse me?" The outer court disciple whom Yang Yi had patted on the shoulder was a new outer court disciple, and he was feeling displeased from being ridiculed by those senior outer court students just now. So, when he noticed someone pat his shoulder, he immediately said without turning around to look, "Senior brother is furious right now. Don't annoy me." Yang Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He rubbed his nose, and then he patted that disciple on the shoulder again and said, "Senior brother, please let me pass. I'm already late." "I already said." That disciple was slightly displeased and turned around with the intention of flaring up at Yang Yi. However, when he laid eyes upon Yang Yi, he seemed as if had seen a ghost, and he pointed at Yang Yi while being unable to speak for some time. Yang Yi felt slightly annoyed when he saw this disciple's appearance. Is there any need to act as if you'd seen a ghost? Right when Yang Yi was about to speak, that disciple suddenly turned around and roared towards the crowd. "Yang Yi is here. Yang Yi is here." Under the boost provided by his profound energy, his voice instantly drowned out the clamorous noise in the surroundings. After that, everyone looked over towards this disciple, and then they disregarded him as their gazes descended onto Yang Yi. In the arena, Lu Qingyu opened his eyes and looked at Yang Yi, who stood below the arena with a gaze that carried undisguised killing intent. On the other side, Qingxue instantly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart upon seeing Yang Yi. He has finally arrived. Even though she seemed extremely calm on the surface just now, she was extremely anxious in her heart because this battle was related to the reputation and future of the sword school. So how could she not be anxious? This time, Yang Yi finally understood what it was like to be the center of attention. He nodded slightly to those disciples by his side, and then he walked slowly towards the life and death arena. All the disciples in the surroundings moved backward by themselves and opened up a path for Yang Yi. In the arena, Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu stood around 15 m away from each other, and both of their eyes revealed killing intent. Chao Hua glanced at the two of them, and then he said in a low voice, "Lu Qingyu, Yang Yi, both of you are geniuses of my sword sect, and it'll be a loss to the sword sect no matter which one of you perishes here today. All the other outer court elders and I are willing to help arbitrate the enmity between the two of you. So, can the two of you give up on this life and death battle?" The enmity of annihilating my clan is irreconcilable. Lu Qingyu spoke in a cold voice. Yang Yi disregarded Lu Qingyu, and he looked at Chao Hua and said, Elder Chao Hua, let's begin. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Chao Hua sighed lightly when he heard this, and then he said, life and death depends on your own ability on the life and death arena. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Hua flashed off the arena, and he left the arena to Yang Yi and Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu's wrist twisted before a sword appeared in his hand. He didn't waste his breath at all before his figure flashed, and then his figure formed numerous faint illusory images that shot towards Yang Yi. Even though these illusory images were slightly faint, they were capable of confusing others. Because Lu Qingyu didn't attack Yang Yi directly and executed this shadow step technique around Yang Yi instead, and because Lu Qingyu's speed was too swift, so over 20+ illusory images had appeared around Yang Yi. Moreover, the amount of them was increasing without end, and it was even to the extent that numerous disciples below the arena were utterly unable to lock onto Lu Qingyu's actual body. When they saw such a scene, one of the disciples below the arena exclaimed with shock, the shadow step technique, it's actually the low-grade profound rank movement technique, the shadow step technique. Moreover, senior brother Lu has even cultivated it to the point of creating 3 illusory figures. Yang Yi is in danger this time. Yeah, I never expected that senior brother Lu would have cultivated the shadow step technique to the advanced stage. With the shadow step technique at his disposal and the amount of profound energy he possesses as a first heaven realm expert, senior brother Lu can be said to be in an invincible position. Don't be so sure. Yang Yi is an existence that has ascended to the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda. He definitely possesses some sort of ultimate move. So, let's watch and see. In the arena, when Lu Qingyu executed this movement technique that confused one's opponents, Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. He had no choice but to admit that Lu Qingyu's movement technique was much better than the Gale steps he possessed. However, Lu Qingyu was obviously daydreaming if he intended to kill Yang Yi by relying on this movement technique. Lu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly when he noticed Yang Yi closing his eyes. He would naturally not think that Yang Yi would be stupid enough to fight him with his eyes closed. So, he felt that Yang Yi had probably closed his eyes to avoid being confused by the shadow step technique Head executed. However, since Yang Yi had closed his eyes, Lu Qingyu didn't intend to hold back. A cold light flashed as the sword in Lu Qingyu's hand stabbed out from behind towards the back of Yang Yi's neck. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He turned around before a strand of an invisible and fierce, imposing aura surged out from Yang Yi's body, and then it enveloped Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was horrified when he sensed this imposing aura, because while beneath the effect of this imposing aura, he actually had the thought of being unwilling to fight. Yes, that imposing aura caused him to be utterly unable to arouse any intent to resist. Fortunately, his reaction and strength weren't weak, so he immediately suppressed such thoughts and continued stabbing his sword towards Yang Yi. However, the speed of his attack had become much slower than it was before this. Right at this moment, Yang Yi drew his sword. A cold light flashed in the arena, and then everything froze when Lu Qingyu's sword was just a few centimeters away from Yang Yi's throat. Lu Qingyu stared blankly at Yang Yi and said, What a swift attack! Pooh! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blood shot out violently from Lu Qingyu's neck, and then he fell slowly to the ground. Everyone in the surrounding was stunned. Yang Yi disregarded all the people below the arena that were dumbstruck. He walked over to Lu Qingyu, took off the spatial ring on Lu Qingyu's hand, and then walked down slowly from the arena. From that battle from before, Yang Yi had understood some uses of that intent that Head comprehended, and that was its ability to suppress and restrain. Earlier, when he utilized that intent, Head obviously sensed that no matter if it was Lu Qingyu's imposing aura or speed, both of them had been suppressed and restrained. It was precisely because of this that Yang Yi was able to finish Lu Qingyu with just a simple strike of the sword. Moreover, Yang Yi believed that the effects of this intent was far more than just this, because no matter if it was his own imposing aura or the speed that he drew his sword, Both of them were much greater than before when he utilized this intent. In short, this intent was like a form of amplification, and it caused his overall strength to improve greatly. When Yang Yi walked off the arena, all the spectators in the surroundings had finally recovered from their shock. After that, the disciples on King Su's side had instantly started cheering with excitement. Earlier, Yang Yi's late arrival had caused them to suffer a great deal of anger because of those senior outer court disciples. Now that Lu Qingyu had been instantly annihilated with a single sword strike, this was a direct slap on the faces of those senior outer court disciples. So, how could they not be happy? How could they not be excited? After feeling a wave of shock, Qing Xue revealed a smile because from today onwards, and for the next 3 years, the prestige of the sword school would be something no one in the outer court could compare to. After Jiang Yuan, who stood in the crowd, recovered from his shock, a deep feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. Had originally thought that the gap in strength between him and Yang Yi wasn't large, and it was even to the extent that he felt that if Yang Yi didn't launch a surprise attack against him that day and fought him head-on, then he was 70% confident in being able to defeat Yang Yi. However, the facts before his eyes told him that even though he was at the first heaven realm in cultivation while Yang Yi was at the mortal realm, the gap between them was extremely huge, and it was absolutely not something he could make up for in a short period of time. On the other hand, all the senior outer court disciples were still in a shocked state. The 19th on the outer court rankings, Lu Qingyu, who was at the first heaven realm, was instantly annihilated just like that. What did this mean? It means that most of the outer court disciples here weren't a match for Yang Yi. Yet Yang Yi was only at the mortal realm. This brutal reality caused numerous senior outer court disciples to be unable to accept it. Yang Yi paid no attention to these disciples. All he wanted to do now was to return to Cool Breeze Gorge and study the intent head comprehended, and then participate in the inner court exam tomorrow. In the beginning, after his mother was captured, Yang Yi didn't care much about the title of outer court disciple. However, after Little Yao entered the sword sect, he felt that he had to improve his status in the sword sect, because only in this way would he be able to give her even more protection. So, Head decided to participate in the inner court exam. Yet right at this moment, a wild streak flashed through the sky, and then a middle-aged man appeared above the life and death arena. When they saw this middle-aged man, the originally clamorous area below the arena had instantly gone quiet because since the middle-aged man could fly on his sword, it represented that he was a spirit realm expert. They didn't dare act disrespectfully before a spirit realm expert. The middle-aged man swept the crowd with his gaze, and then he gazed at Chao Hua, who was already on the arena, and said, "Chao Hua, who's Yang Yi?" Chao Hua was stunned. He didn't know why this middle-aged man was looking for Yang Yi, but he didn't dare ask about it because this middle-aged man wasn't someone he could offend. So, he immediately pointed at Yang Yi, who stood below the arena, and said, "He is..." The middle-aged man nodded, and then he arrived before Yang Yi. He sized Yang Yi up before he said, "I'm under orders of the Sword Commanding Elder to take you to Sky Hall. Come with me." Even though Yang Yi was slightly puzzled, because had noticed Chao Hua's attitude towards the middle-aged man just now, Yang Yi didn't dare refuse and immediately nodded. The middle-aged man waved his right hand, and he took Yang Yi along as he vanished on the spot. When Yang Yi arrived at Sky Hall, which had only heard of in the past, his expression instantly became gloomy. Because there were 4 beautiful women standing within Sky Hall, and one of them was exactly Feng Yi, who had taken his mother away. Chapter 90. You're not a disciple of the sword sect. Besides those 4 beautiful women, there was also an old man with snow-white hair in the hall that was standing at the seat of the host. Moreover, 4 middle-aged men and a woman were standing on the old man's right. Yang Yi didn't know the 4 middle-aged men and the old man, but he knew that woman, because it was Su Qingshi. When Yang Yi walked into the hall, the gazes of everyone descended onto him. In the beginning, Yang Yi was bewildered about why that sword-commanding elder would want to see him, but when he saw Feng Yi now, Head instantly came to an understanding. They'd come with ill intent. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and he walked forward to bow to the old man in the lead. He said, "Outer court disciple, Yang Yi, greets the sword-commanding elder." The white-haired old man nodded slightly, and then he looked at Feng Yi's group and said, "All of you've come from afar. so I presume you're slightly tired. Qingshi, take these 4 distinguished guests to have a rest. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then hesitated for a moment before she walked over to Feng Yi and said, "Please follow me." When she noticed that the old man refused to allow them to stay here, one of the beautiful women behind Feng Yi was slightly displeased. She was just about to speak when Feng Yi shook her head towards that woman and said, "We'll be troubling you then." Su Qingshi nodded lightly, and then she turned around and led them out of the hall. However, a wisp of worry flashed in her eyes when she passed by Yang Yi and took a glance at him. Feng Yi glanced at Yang Yi as well. However, her eyes didn't carry any worry, and there was only ridicule. Yang Yi's heart sank when he noticed this. Right at this moment, the old man who was in the lead looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Your mother is a disciple of the Flower Palace?" Yang Yi suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and then he cupped his fists and said, "Yes. The Flower Palace wants the sword sect to hand you and your sister over to them. What do you think about this?" The old man went straight to the point. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he smiled with self-ridicule and said, "Sword Commanding Elder, since you've already made your decision, then is my opinion important?" The old man went silent when he heard Yang Yi's words that carried slight resentment. If it was up to him alone, he wasn't willing to hand a disciple of the sword sect over to another because this would cause all the disciples of the sword sect to feel disappointed. However, he had no choice this time, because the Flower Palace's strength was much stronger than the sword sect, and the Flower Palace had a very good reason this time. However, if he did hand Yang Yi over, it would definitely disappoint numerous disciples of the sword sect. Meanwhile, a hawk-nosed middle-aged man on the old man's right said, "Senior brother Yulin, our sword sect is already like fire and water with the ghost sect now, so it's truly inadvisable for us to form enmity with the Flower Palace. Moreover, the Flower Palace has such a good reason. If we don't hand them over, then not only will enmity arise between our sword sect and the Flower Palace, it will leave a bad impression to others. This is truly unwise." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man turned around to look at Yang Yi, and he said, "Kid, we're both strangers to each other, and I wasn't trying to go against you by saying all of that. I just said that for the sword sect's sake. If you're able to survive and want to take revenge in the future, then you can come looking for me. I'm called Chihua." Yang Yi nodded, and he spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "I'll commit your name to memory. If I'm able to survive, then I'll definitely look for Senior Chihua and ask for an explanation." When they heard this, the 4 middle-aged men and Yulin glanced at Yang Yi with surprise. "We really underestimated this young man just now." Chihua glanced at Yang Yi with admiration and said, "Kid, your courage and bearing are really not bad. If it wasn't for the sake of the sword sect, I wouldn't want to send you off to your death." Yang Yi asked abruptly, "Senior, allow me to make a bold move and ask you, what was the meaning behind the founding ancestors' establishment of the sword sect all those years ago?" Chihua frowned and said, "What were you trying to say?" Yang Yi said slowly, "Why do so many people want to join a sect? Because not only would one obtain plenty of cultivation resources upon joining a sect, it represented a form of honor as well. It represented that one wouldn't be bullied by others in the future. To make a simple example, if I headed to the mortal world and those clans of the mortal world found out that I'm a disciple of the sword sect, then even if I'm merely an outer court disciple, they would still treat me with respect. Since the founding ancestor was matchless in the world and no one in the world could bully him at that time, then why did he still establish the sword sect? I think that besides passing down his inheritance, it was also because he wanted his disciples to become united. Because only by being united would they be able to avoid being bullied by others once he was gone. In short, it's unity. A sect can only avoid being bullied by being united. My life isn't precious at all, and it doesn't matter if I die. However, if seniors hand me and my younger sister over, then what would the disciples of the sword sect think? What would the people in the outside world think? Seniors, do all of you think anyone will join a sect that can't protect its own disciples? Would anyone see it as an honor to become a disciple of the sword sect? Would anyone work hard and fight for this honor anymore?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a deep breath. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want his sister to die even more. He wanted to rescue his mother, so he had to strive to obtain a chance to survive. If he strived for and obtained this chance, then he would have an opportunity. If he didn't strive for it, then he wouldn't have the slightest opportunity. Everyone within the hall went silent. Yang Yi had spoken a great deal, but only a single sentence had moved then, and that was the sentence where he said that no one would join a sect that couldn't protect its own disciples. All of them had no choice but to admit that these words really made sense. However, if they didn't hand Yang Yi over, then how would they give the Flower Palace an explanation? After all, they were in the wrong in this matter. If they didn't hand Yang Yi over, then it could be said to be similar to slapping the Flower Palace on the face. At this moment, it was truly unsuitable for the Sword Sect to form enmity with the Flower Palace. Or it should be said as it wasn't worth for the Sword Sect to form enmity with the Flower Palace for an outer court disciple. When they thought up to here, Qihua and the other 3 middle-aged men by his side looked at Yulin. Yulin nodded slightly, and then he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, your words do make sense. The reason my sword sect possesses its current status is exactly because of unity. So, my sword sect won't abandon its own disciples." Right when Yang Yi was delighted, Yulin said, "However, Yang Yi, you're not a disciple of my sword sect." The smile on Yang Yi's face froze, and he said, "Sword Commanding Elder, could it be that you intend to expel me from the sword sect before handing me over to the Flower Palace?" Yulin shook his head and said, "If I really did that, then would it be any different from directly handing you over to the Flower Palace? What I mean is, you're not a disciple of my sword sect at all." Yang Yi said in a low voice, "I've already passed the outer court exam." Yulin said, "Do you have the token of an outer court disciple of my sword sect?" Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he heard this. When he heard the old, he suddenly recalled that he hadn't participated in the competition between the new outer court disciples because of the incident at his home. Thus Head missed the moment when the elders of the sword sect distributed the uniform and token of the outer court disciples. Moreover, Head forgotten about this matter after he returned to the sword sect. So, in other words, he really wasn't a disciple of the sword sect. After a long time, Yang Yi shook his head and started laughing. He glanced at all of them and said, "So, it turns out that seniors had really made your decisions a long time ago. How laughable that I thought there would be a chance to turn the situation around. How laughable." Yulin sighed. Actually, he didn't want to make such a decision. But he had no choice to act in this way for the sake of the sword sect. The sword sect was unlike how it was in the past. Even though it was still one of the 6 extraordinary powers, no matter if it was in terms of its experts at the top or the disciples at the bottom, all of them couldn't compare to the Flower Palace. Moreover, the Ghost Sect was hostile like fire and water with the Sword Sect. So, if the Flower Palace suddenly moved from a neutral position to standing on the Ghost Sect's side, then it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the Sword Sect. As for what Yang Yi said about causing the other outer court disciples to be disappointed, such a situation wouldn't appear because Yang Yi and his younger sister would vanish soundlessly. "Sword Commanding Elder, can you only hand me over and let my younger sister go?" Yang Yi raised his head to look at Yulin before he asked this question. Yulin shook his head and said, "The Flower Palace wants both of you." When he heard this, Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then an invisible, imposing aura suddenly erupted. When this imposing aura appeared, the sword in Yang Yi's hand suddenly let out a sword howl. Yang Yi's gaze swept slowly past the 4 middle-aged men before finally descending onto Yulin, and he said, "From this moment onwards, I, Yang Yi, am a disciple of the sword sect no more." When he heard Yulin wasn't willing to let his younger sister go, Yang Yi had truly given up on the sword sect. When the 5 of them noticed the imposing aura that erupted from Yang Yi's body, their expressions changed violently, and their faces were covered in shock and disbelief. Yulin seemed to have lost his soul, and he muttered in a low voice, "How could this be possible? How could this be possible? It's actually sword intent. Haha. Good. It's best not to join a sect like the sword sect. Haha." Right at this moment, an old man roared with laughter as he walked into the hall, and there was a little girl following by the old man's side. This little girl was none other than Bauer. Chapter 91 Regret. A wisp of excitement flashed in Lin Shan's eyes as he gazed at that imposing aura on Yang Yi that hadn't dispersed completely, and he immediately smiled and nodded before he said, "Not bad, not bad. All those old geezers and I were wondering why your profound energy would be so pure while you're clearly only at the mortal realm. Because it's impossible for even golden element profound energy to be so pure. Now, I finally understand. So, it turns out that you've comprehended the sword intent of legend." Yang Yi was stunned. He glanced at Bauer before he glanced at the old man, and then he seemed to have understood something. When she noticed Yang Yi was staring blankly at them, Bauer ran over and gave Yang Yi a kick before she said, "Idiot, quickly go greet your master. He really is that master of mine?" Yang Yi recovered from his shock, and then he hurriedly walked over to the old man and bowed in the way a disciple bowed to the master. After that, he said respectfully, "Yang Yi greets master." If the old man didn't appreciate his ability, then Yang Yi would naturally go where he wasn't wanted. However, based on the gaze the old man shot at him, Yang Yi knew that the old man was probably satisfied with him. Moreover, this old man might be able to protect his younger sister. So Yang Yi, who was already driven into a corner, naturally moved immediately to seek refuge from the old man. Lin Shan's smile grew even deeper when he saw Yang Yi performing the bow of a disciple to the master. Now, their relationship as master and disciple had been truly confirmed. At the same time, he felt lucky that Yang Yi had left Rising Sun City that day and caused those old geezers to be unable to find him. Otherwise, this disciple, who was a monstrous genius in both the Talisman Dao and the Sword Dao, would belong to someone else. Meanwhile, Bauer grinned and said, "Grandpa, this disciple Bauer got for you isn't bad, right?" At this moment, Bauer was like a child that had done something important and was waiting for her seniors to praise her. Lin Shan rubbed Bauer's small head and said with a smile, "Yes, you finally did something right this time. Grandpa knows what you want. Don't worry, Grandpa will definitely reward you well." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shan helped Yang Yi up and said, "Come, let's return to Talisman Peak." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Master, the Flower Palace." Even though Lin Shan had already taken him to be his disciple, Yang Yi was still slightly worried. After all, the Flower Palace's strength wasn't inferior to the Sword Sect at all. So, he was uncertain whether this old man who had just become his master would actually be willing to offend the Flower Palace. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. No matter what, little Yao and I are safe now. So, he immediately didn't hesitate to follow obediently behind Lin Shan. Right when Yang Yi's group of three were about to walk out of the hall, Yulin finally recovered from his shock. His figure flashed, and he left behind a string of afterimages as he appeared before them. Yulin cupped his fists to Lin Shan and said, "Master Lin, Yang Yi is a disciple of our sword sect." Lin Shan glanced at Yulin and ridiculed. "Is that so? Even though Yang Yi was a disciple of the ghost sect just now, otherwise, why would you, Yulin, send him to his death?" Yulin was slightly embarrassed. If it was anyone else that ridiculed him like this, then he would definitely answer that person by stabbing his sword at that person. However, he didn't dare offend this old man that stood before him. Not to mention him, even the sect master didn't dare offend this old man, because the old man was someone their martial uncle Zue had invited to the sword sect. So, he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Master Lin, you must be joking. The sword sect would absolutely not send a disciple of the sect to his or her death. It was a slight misunderstanding earlier. It was just a misunderstanding." Lin Shan waved his hand and said, "Yulin, don't give me that. Out of consideration for my disciple, I originally intended to sign an agreement to reside in the sword sect for 2 more years. But now, I think there's no need for that at all." The smile on Yulin's aged face grew even bitter. Others might not be aware of it, but he knew that the only reason this old man before him had come to the sword sect was that the old man owed their martial uncle Zue a favor. Otherwise, the sword sect was unable to invite a talisman master like Lin Shan to reside in the sword sect. However, at this moment, He didn't have the mood to pay any attention to this, nor did he have the mood to care about why Yang Yi had become Lin Shan's disciple. Presently, his entire head was filled with a single thought, and it was that he couldn't allow this young man who'd comprehended sword intent to leave the sword sect. As he gazed at Yang Yi, a wisp of regret and a complicated expression flashed in Yulin's eyes. Had never imagined that this young man had actually comprehended sword intent. Sword intent. No one in the sword sect has comprehended sword intent in a few hundreds of years. If he knew that this young man had comprehended sword intent, then not to mention the Flower Palace, he wouldn't even hesitate to offend the Origin School. He was very clearly aware of what a young genius who'd comprehended sword intent represented. It represented that the sword sect would definitely rise in the future. It represented that the sword sect would possess the protection of a peerless expert that was even stronger than martial Uncle Zue in 100 years from now. Unfortunately, his decision from just now had definitely caused this young man to have a bad impression of the sword sect. When he thought up to here, Yulin took a deep breath and said, "Yang Yi, I apologize for my actions from just now. So long as you're willing to stay in the sword sect, then my sword sect will help you deal with the Flower Palace. Moreover, my sword sect will place emphasis on fostering you in the future. What do you think?" Meanwhile, Shiwa walked over to stand before Yang Yi, and he said, "Kid, I apologize as well for what happened just now." Even the other 3 middle-aged men that had remained silent since the beginning apologized for what happened just now. If Yang Yi was just an ordinary genius, or even if he was already at the first heaven realm now, they wouldn't apologize because they had their own pride. However, Yang Yi had comprehended sword intent, and they had no choice but to bow before it. Lin Shan went silent. He knew what sword intent meant to the sword sect, and if he stopped Yang Yi from staying in the sword sect, then he would completely offend the sword sect. He wasn't afraid of offending the sword sect, but so long as the sword sect had old man Zue, then he had no choice but to give the sword sect face. So, the final decision lay in Yang Yi's own hands. Yang Yi didn't give it much consideration, and he didn't have to give it any consideration at all. He immediately said indifferently, "Thank you, sword commanding elder and seniors, for your good intentions. But allow me to speak frankly, I don't dare to stay in a sect that doesn't care about the fate of its disciples. I don't want to be sent to my death again next time. Not to mention that the sword commanding elder already said that I'm not a disciple of the sword sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi looked at Lin Shan and said, "Master, let's go." Yes, he didn't have to give this matter any consideration at all. He knew why these people before him had changed their attitudes towards him, and it was none other than because had comprehended that sword intent they spoke of. Yes, these people thought highly of his sword intent, and if he didn't possess sword intent, then he would be even more worthless than an ant to them. He understood that these people had given up on him for the sword sect, but understanding didn't equal acceptance. He, Yang Yi, wasn't stupid to such an extent, so he didn't have to give it any consideration at all before directly refusing. A wisp of praise appeared in Lin Shan's eyes when he heard Yang Yi. If Yang Yi changed his mind because of a few words and promises of theirs, then Lin Shan's evaluation of Yang Yi would definitely be reduced, because it would make him feel that Yang Yi really lacked backbone. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't change his mind. Yulin still wanted to say something, yet Lin Shan didn't give him the chance, and Lin Shan brought Yang Yi along as he directly walked out of the hall. As he watched Yang Yi's figure vanish from the entrance of the hall, Chihua said in a low voice, "Senior brother, an extremely rare genius that comprehended sword intent has finally appeared in our sword sect. We can't allow him to leave the sword sect." Yulin shook his head, and he said bitterly, "He doesn't have even the slightest favorable impression of our sword sect. If he didn't have Master Lin, then perhaps he would agree to stay in the sword sect because of the Flower Palace. However, he has Master Lin now, so our sword sect isn't essential to him any longer." When did Yang Yi become Master Lin's disciple? Meanwhile, one of the middle-aged men at the side spoke with a bewildered tone. "He's a talisman master." Right at this moment, Su Qingshi walked into the hall, and she glanced at Yulin before she said, "Martial Uncle Yulin, Qingshi is very disappointed. Qingshi never expected that you would even send Qingshi away just to hand Yang Yi over. Nor had Qingshi imagined that martial Uncle Yulin would actually intend to hand Yang Yi over. My sword sect's strength really is greatly inferior when compared to the past, but does it need to fear the Flower Palace? After she led those members of the Flower Palace away, Shed hurriedly rushed over. But she was still a bit too late, and Shed found out that Yang Yi had left the sword sect when she met him outside the hall. Shed originally intended to save the situation, but when she heard Yang Yi say that the sword-commanding elder didn't acknowledge him as a disciple of the sword sect and intended to hand little Yao and him over to the Flower Palace, she decided against persuading him. Even though she wasn't really close to Yang Yi, she had a slight understanding of Yang Yi's temper. Perhaps he wouldn't feel too much resentment towards the sword sect if the sword sect intended to hand him over, but the sword sect intended to hand his younger sister over as well, and that was no different than touching his reverse scale. Under such circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to return to the sword sect. Yulin didn't mind Su Qingshi's criticism, and he stared slightly blankly as he asked, "Qingshi, you said Yang Yi is a talisman master?" Su Qingshi calmed her feelings and said, "He isn't just a talisman master, he even possesses gold element profound energy. Moreover, Head passed through the 22nd level of the Sword Servant Pagoda, and Uncle Pagoda agreed to allow him to enter freely into the Sword Servant Pagoda. In other words, Head's someone Uncle Pagoda cares about." After she finished saying all of this, she said in her heart, "He's even a monstrous genius that can control dark beasts." When they heard this, it wasn't just Yulin who revealed a bitter smile. Even the other 4 middle-aged men at the side did the same. At this moment, their intestines could be said to be green with regret. A young man that had comprehended sword intent and was a talisman master had been expelled by them from the sword sect, so how could they not feel regret? Yulin shook his head bitterly and said, "Qingshi, since he's a talisman master and has comprehended sword intent as well, then why didn't you tell us earlier? If you told us about it, then we wouldn't have made him feel bitterly disappointed in the sword sect, even if we had to offend the Flower Palace." What? Shock appeared on Su Qing's face as she said, "He has comprehended sword intent? Could it be that you weren't aware?" Yulin spoke with astonishment. Su Qingshi took a deep breath, and then she turned around and walked out of the hall. Chapter 92 Intentions. One day later, the sword sect's inner court exam was held as scheduled. However, it had nothing to do with Yang Yi any longer. After he left Sky Hall that day, Yang Yi brought little Yao with him to the Talisman Peak. Only Bauer and her grandfather lived on Talisman Peak, so Bauer was usually extremely bored. Now that little Yao had come over, she had become extremely happy, and she immediately took little Yao as her younger sister. Moreover, she even said that whoever bullied little Yao would be considered to have bullied her. Yang Yi was happy as well when he saw them get along like sisters. However, Yang Yi was slightly depressed because this new master of his had forced him to read a bunch of scrolls as soon as they returned to Talisman Peak. He swore that he almost fainted on the spot when he saw the scrolls that filled the library. However, in order to leave a good impression on this master of his, Yang Yi started reading in a serious manner. In the beginning, he felt slightly depressed, but as he read and read, he became immersed in them. Because these scrolls didn't just contain a great deal of experience and techniques from talisman masters, there were even numerous extremely valuable talisman secret techniques. Talisman secret techniques were techniques that could be inscribed on dark treasures. In the beginning, Yang Yi thought that talisman masters could inscribe any technique on a dark treasure, so long as they willed it. However, things were quite different from how he imagined it. Because it was extremely difficult to inscribe a technique onto a treasure. Because it required a talisman master to record the method this technique circulated through the meridians. How numerous were the meridians in the body? So, how complicated would it be to record the method the technique circulated through the meridians? Especially when it was techniques at the profound rank and above, the pathways of circulation they took were extremely complicated to a horrifying degree. Moreover, even if a talisman master was able to record all of this, it still required countless tests before it could truly be accomplished. Because once even a trace of a mistake arose, then it might even be lethal. In short, a talisman secret technique was extremely precious, and even an ordinary yellow rank talisman secret technique could be sold for over 1 million gold coins. After he realized how precious the talisman's secret techniques were, Yang Yi grew even more hardworking. Just like that, Yang Yi stayed for within Lin Shan's private library for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, Yang Yi left the library because Su Qingshi had arrived. The Talisman Peak was one of the 7 main peaks in the Sword Sect, so he naturally couldn't be called small. Moreover, the peak of the mountain was enshrouded by clouds and mist, and there were countless flowers of an unknown name in full bloom there. It was like an immortal paradise, but it was just too desolate. Fortunately, Yang Yi and Little Yao's arrival had added a great deal of vitality to the desolate Talisman Peak. There were 2 buildings on Talisman Peak. One was the Talisman Hall, Lin Shan's residence. However, Lin Shan basically never stayed there. The other building was a residence that was built in extremely luxuriously. However, only Bauer lived there by herself. No, now Yang Yi and Little Yao lived there as well. In Yang Yi's room, Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Is it truly irreparable?" Yang Yi understood what Su Qingshi meant, and he immediately shook his head and said with a smile, "Qingshi, this is how I do things. If others don't abandon me, then I won't abandon them as well. I originally took the Sword Sect to be my home. I took it to be my honor. I was honored to be a disciple of the Sword Sect. But how did the Sword Sect treat me? It wasn't wrong for those elders to act for the sake of the Sword Sect, but I don't want to be abandoned in the future. So, you don't have to persuade me anymore." Su Qingshi went silent. She understood Yang Yi's feelings because no one would feel happy after being abandoned. However, she really didn't wish for Yang Yi to leave the Sword Sect just like that because Yang Yi who'd comprehended sword intent would only be able to develop even better by staying in the Sword Sect. After all, the Sword Sect was a sect where everyone cultivated in the sword, right? Yang Yi suddenly said, "Bauer told me that someone told her I was in danger. Was that you?" Yang Yi was slightly bewildered about why Lin Shan and Bauer would have made an appearance at Sky Hall on that day, and had asked Bauer about it after the incident. He found out that someone had notified Bauer and told Bauer that he was in danger, so Yang Yi thought about Su Qingshi at the first possible moment. Su Qingshi nodded and said, "When I found out that the members of the Flower Palace had come to the Sword Sect, I knew that they'd come for you. So, I notified Bauer so she could speak on your behalf. However, I never expected that she would bring her grandfather over, and I even never expected that Martial Uncle Yulin would make a decision immediately after sending me away." A warm feeling arose in Yang Yi's heart when he heard this, and then he said in a serious manner, "Thank you." As if had thought of something, he asked, "Right, where are the members of the Flower Palace? Since the Sword Sect didn't hand me over, they'll definitely not let the matter rest, right?" Su Qingshi said, "What can they do if they don't intend to let the matter rest? You're Master Lin Shan's disciple now, and you belong to the Talisman Masters Association. Even though they're members of the Flower Guard, they don't dare to look for trouble with Master Lin. Not to mention Master Lin's identity as a Talisman Master, even Master Lin's own strength at the Exalt Realm isn't something that they have the qualifications to look for trouble with. So, that's how it is." Yang Yi nodded. Now, he finally understood what it meant when others said there was great shade beneath huge trees. You've comprehended sword intent, so you'll be able to develop even better by staying in the Sword Sect. As for what happened that day, I guarantee that it'll absolutely not occur in the future. All right? Su Qingshi was still slightly unwilling to give up. Yang Yi was already the most monstrous geniuses Shed laid eyes on before Head comprehended sword intent. And not that Head comprehended sword intent, he could be considered a genius even amongst all the members of the younger generation in the Southern Territory. She truly didn't wish for Yang Yi to turn to another power in the future. When he heard Su Qingshi trying to persuade him to join the Sword Sect again, Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he said, "Qingshi, the Sword Sect is a large sect. Even if it doesn't have me, Yang Yi, it's still a large sect. You truly don't have to do all of this." Su Qingshi sighed in her heart, and then she turned around and walked towards the door. Some things were impossible to turn around no matter how hard she tried. "Qingshi." Yang Yi stopped Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi stopped, and then she turned around and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to Su Qingshi and said, "Even though I'm not a disciple of the Sword Sect, they'll still participate in the Ascension rankings." "Why? Su Qingshi was puzzled. Yang Yi said in a serious manner, "The sword sect abandoned me, but you never have. If it wasn't for you, I, Yang Yi, would have perished at the hands of the Flower Palace on that day in South B City. In my opinion, you are you, and the sword sect is the sword sect. I'm participating in the ascension rankings for you, and not for the sword sect." Su Qingshi went silent for a long time before she said, "If you really want to help me, then return to the sword sect, all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You have things you persist on, and so do I. Moreover, there's no need for you to wrong yourself for the sword sect's sake. If a sect intends to become strong, then it really can't do without the hard work of the sect's members. But it absolutely isn't something that can be accomplished by relying on the hard work of a single person." A trace of a bitter expression arose on Su Qingshi's delicate face, and she said, "How could I not understand this principle? But I have to work hard. You've said in the past that my status in the sword sect isn't low. Indeed, my status isn't low at all, because I'm the daughter of the sword sect's master." Yang Yi was shocked. Had originally thought that Su Qingshi was at most an elder, or the daughter of an elder that held great authority. Never had he imagined that Su Qingshi would actually be the sect master's daughter, because this identity wasn't inferior to the identity of princess of the Grand Qin Empire. Su Qingshi stared Yang Yi in the eye and said, "You said that I should give you a chance to pursue me after you ascend into the top 5 of the ascension rankings. But do you know that if you want to be together with me, then it isn't something that can be accomplished by merely obtaining a position in the top 5 of the ascension rankings? So, you don't have to participate in the ascension rankings." Yang Yi roared with laughter while a strand of sword intent was emanated from his body. He said, "Qingshi, are you trying to make me retreat in the face of difficulties? Then you're wrong. I admit that I was shocked by your identity. But so what about it? Would I, Yang Yi, be fearful or feel inferior because of your identity? No, your identity will only make me work even harder." As she sensed the fierce and sharp sword intent that Yang Yi emanated, Su Qingshi was visibly moved. After a long time, she sighed in a low voice and said, "I kind of understand why you were able to comprehend sword intent now." Yang Yi restrained his smile, and he gazed at Su Qingshi as he said seriously, "Qingshi, I admit that my current strength is weak, and it's below the standards you've set. But so long as you're willing to give me time, then I'll work hard. I'll work hard to possess a strength that you'll take seriously." In the past, Yang Yi didn't understand what love was, and he didn't know if what he felt for Su Qingshi in the past was love. However, he was extremely clearly aware of his feelings towards Su Qingshi now, and it wasn't a form of desire to possess her, and he really had feelings for this woman who stood before him. Since he had feelings for her, then he intended to fearlessly speak his mind. As for the gap between their status and strength, would a man that had ambition and was willing to work hard have to care about these two things? He, Yang Yi, wasn't born with the fate to be a noble, but so what about that? Were all nobles and people of authority born like that? All those years ago, the Grand Qin Empire's founding emperor was able to build an empire from nothing. All those years ago, the founding ancestor of the sword sect reigned invincible throughout the world. So, why couldn't he, Yang Yi, do the same? He's never felt that he was unworthy of Su Qingshi. When she heard him and noticed the extremely firm expression in his eyes, a type of strange feeling flashed in Su Qingshi's heart. She suppressed that feeling. After a long time, she turned around and said, "I'll wait and see." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the door. When she arrived at the door, she stopped once more and said, "According to rumor, there's a genius in the origin school called Yuan Yi, and he was able to kill an expert at the king realm while at the first rank of the first heaven realm. Moreover, he's only ranked at the 14th of the outer court rankings in the origin school." Su Qingshi didn't stay any longer once she finished speaking, and she vanished behind the door. He killed a king realm expert at the first heaven realm. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he laughed coldly and said, "So what? Why would I, Yang Yi, fear him?" Chapter 93 Technique Talismans. No matter if it was for the ascension rankings or to rescue his mother, Yang Yi had no choice but to work hard on becoming stronger. So, Yang Yi had made some adjustments to the way he spent his time after this. The adjustments he made were a change from studying talismans all day and night to studying talismans in the morning while cultivating in the afternoon and night. A month later, Yang Yi was already capable of crafting all basic talismans. Moreover, all of them were at the high grade. This caused both Yang Yi and Lin Shan to be extremely excited. It was exactly because of this that Lin Shan stopped being opposed to Yang Yi utilizing most of his time on cultivating. In Lin Shan's opinion, so long as Yang Yi's talisman Dao could improve, then he wouldn't care if Yang Yi utilized all of his time on cultivating. On the other hand, in terms of the martial Dao, Yang Yi grew more and more skilled in the techniques he possessed, especially the sword control technique and reactive strike. Had expanded his previous scope of control that was 6m to an area of 30m. In other words, he was able to utilize swords like it was his arm while it remained within an area of 30m around him. However, it was still difficult for him to control swords to supplement his attacks. After all, he had to split his concentration into two, and it wasn't something that merely required him to slightly change the position of a sword. However, Yang Yi was confident that, because he was already able to practice the basic sword technique while he controlled a sword to execute the basic sword technique as well. As for the drawing technique of the Heaven Rin drawing technique, Yang Yi had improved quite a bit. Presently, the sound emanated at the instant he drew his sword was like the hum of an insect, and even he was unable to hear it unless he listened carefully. On the other hand, besides its ability to restrain and suppress his opponents, Yang Yi had figured out some other effects of the sword intent that Head comprehended, and these effects came in the form of amplification. Yes, it was a form of amplification to him. If he utilized sword intent to envelop the sword chi he executed, then the might of that sword chi would at least double. Moreover, sword intent wasn't just able to suppress and restrain people, it worked on plants and dark beasts as well. Because Head experimented on the gray wolf, and its combat strength had decreased by at least 30%, beneath the suppression of his sword intent. However, Yang Yi was slightly bewildered by the fact that his sword intent seemed to be useless against the little fellow, or it should be said that its effect was extremely tiny. In any case, when he utilized his sword intent against the little fellow, not only had the little fellow not been suppressed, the little fellow had utilized the pressure it was capable of emanating to suppress him, and this caused Yang Yi to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Besides Yang Yi had improved greatly, there was someone else who was worthy of mention, Yang Yi's younger sister, Little Yao. Little Yao's natural talent was truly shocking, and she had already attained the 4th rank of the mortal realm in a short period of a month. Of course, this couldn't do without Lin Shan's guidance and fostering, because Lin Shan had agreed to Baoer's request for him to take Little Yao as his adopted granddaughter. In the beginning, Lin Shan was slightly unwilling, but it didn't take a few days for him to become extremely willing. Even though Little Yao was slightly playful, she was much better than that little she-devil Baoer. Moreover, Little Yao was especially filial. Besides cultivating every day, she would make a great deal of good food for Lin Shan. So, after had been tortured by the little she-devil for so many years, Lin Shan was overjoyed when he suddenly obtained such a filial granddaughter. Because of Lin Shan's fondness of Little Yao, Head make some time every single day to guide Little Yao. As for cultivation resources, that was something Little Yao could ask for at will. With Lin Shan's wealth, not to mention Little Yao alone, it would be nothing for him even if he had 10,000 people like her by his side. When he noticed how fond Lin Shan was of Little Yao, Yang Yi's feelings towards this was obvious. However, he felt slightly depressed because every time he encountered a problem in his cultivation and sought guidance from Lin Shan would give him an assignment related to talismans, and Lin Shan would only provide him with guidance after he completed the assignment. Similarly, he had to complete assignments because he could obtain the cultivation resources on Talisman Peak. This caused him to feel slightly disgruntled. After all, he was Lin Shan's disciple. It was precisely under such circumstances that Yang Yi's accomplishments in both the talismans Dao and martial Dao had improved extremely greatly. In Talisman Hall, Yang Yi was seated before a stone table, and he was crafting a talisman with concentration, whereas Lin Shan, Baoer, and Little Yao were at his side. At this moment, all three of them were staring concentratedly at the talisman Yang Yi was crafting. After a long time, Yang Yi raised his brush and took a long breath of air. He placed the talisman brush down lightly at the side, And then he turned around to look at Lin Shan and said, "Master, I'm done." Lin Shan picked the Strider talisman up and took a look at it, and he immediately nodded with satisfaction when he noticed it was a high-grade talisman again. He said, "Very good. During this period of time, Bauer, and you've completely grasped all the basic talismans, so we'll start to teach technique talismans to the both of you. Once both of you've completely grasped the technique to craft technique talismans, both of you would be able to be considered as Earth Talisman Masters." Technique talismans? Yang Ye's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously, "Master, what's a technique talisman?" Bauer looked at Lin Shan as well. Even though Lin Shan really doted on her, he was extremely strict with her when it came to the Tao of talismans. If she didn't complete her basics, then he would absolutely not teach her any further. So, she didn't know what technique talismans were as well. Lin Shan smiled and said, "What both of you've learned now are basic talismans, and basic talismans provide an auxiliary effect to oneself. On the other hand, technique talismans aren't the same. Technique talismans are like combat techniques, and they can be utilized to launch attacks. However, they are attacks that can only be utilized once. Come, I'll show both of you the might of technique talismans." As soon as he finished speaking, he held little Yao's hand with one hand and held Bauer's hand with the other before he walked out of the hall. Yang Yi hurriedly followed Lin Shan, of course, because he was extremely curious about the technique talismans as well. At an empty area in the hall, Lin Shan withdrew a talisman with a flick of his wrist, and then he looked at Yang Yi and Bauer and said, "Technique talismans come with varying strengths. They're divided into low rank, mid rank, high rank, legend rank, and divine rank. The might of high rank technique talisman is comparable to an earth rank technique that can be utilized a single type. As for the legend rank, it's comparable to a heaven rank technique. This talisman in my hand is a mid-rank low-grade technique talisman, the lightning damnation talisman. Watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shan poured profound energy into the talisman. As soon as profound energy entered it, a strand of silver light immediately erupted from the lightning damnation talisman, and then Lin Shan tossed it into midair. The lightning damnation talisman instantly erupted, and then a bolt of lightning that was thick as an arm descended from the talisman. Bang! Rumbling resounded as the ground quaked. An explosion arose on the empty ground far away from them, and it caused rocks and dust to cover the sky. When the dust dispersed, Yang Yi and the two young girls walked over, and all of them were stunned when they saw the enormous hole that was around 15 m deep and 20 m wide. Yang Yi was the first to recover from his shock, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The might of this mid-rank technique talisman was too terrifying because even if he executed the energy split sword technique with his full strength, he wouldn't be able to create such an effect. Learn. I must learn this. After she recovered from her shock, Bauer instantly ran over to Lin Shan, and she held Lin Shan's arm and shook it ceaselessly as she said, "Grandpa, teach Bauer, quickly teach Bauer. Once Bauer learns this, then Bauer will blast anyone that Bauer dislikes." Lin Shan's face darkened when he heard these words. The reason he hadn't given talismans with such offensive might to Bauer in the past was because he knew Bauer's character. She was absolutely not joking, and if anyone really offended her, then she would definitely not hesitate to toss technique talismans at that person. Moreover, it wouldn't be just a single talisman. Yang Yi broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. I have to notify Qing Xue in the future and ask her to not offend Bauer no matter what. Otherwise, the consequences will be too terrifying. Little Yao's eyes flickered with the glow of excitement as well. However, when she thought about how she was unable to become a talisman master, her lively eyes instantly dimmed down, and she couldn't help but feel slightly envious of Bauer and her own older brother. How nice would it be if I could become a talisman master? When he noticed little Yao's dim gaze, Yang Yi walked over to her side and rubbed her little head as he said in a gentle voice, "Silly girl, since Big Brother is a talisman master, isn't it equivalent to you being a talisman master? Once Big Brother learns how to craft technique talismans, Big Brother will craft numerous formidable talismans like that one from before for little Yao. In the future, if anyone dared to offend you, then do just as Big Sister Bauer would do and throw a few at that person." Little Yao nodded happily when she heard this. She had straightened out her thinking now because her older brother was right. Even though she wasn't a talisman master, her older brother was. At any rate, anything her older brother had was hers as well, while anything she had was her older brother's as well. So, whether she was able to become a talisman master wasn't important. Yang Yi smiled as well when he saw little Yao's face brighten. Shed temporarily lost her mother, and he didn't want little Yao to feel even the slightest bit of unhappiness. Lin Shan couldn't endure Bao'er's torment, and he called Yang Yi over before he said with a solemn expression, "Technique talismans are divided into numerous types, and every single technique talisman is different. Even their effects are different. Moreover, the method to craft them is different as well. What I'm trying to tell both of you is the method of crafting every single technique talisman is extremely precious, and it's basically only passed down to one's own disciples. So, besides your own disciples, both of you can't teach it to anyone else, understand?" When he noticed Lin Shan's solemn expression, Yang Yi nodded in a serious manner and said, "Understood." Bao'er hurriedly agreed as well, but her attitude was extremely casual. However, Lin Shan didn't really expect Bao'er to obey his request. After all, when he gave Bao'er the 5-element basic talisman technique that day, Head reminded her just like he had today. But what did she do? Shed still passed it down to Yang Yi without obtaining his approval. However, fortunately, it was a good thing. Just like this, Yang Yi took another step forward in the Tao of Talismans. Chapter 94 Ascension Token. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a room, Yang Yi held a talisman brush in his hand and was slowly drawing on the talisman paper before him. He had a serious and solemn expression while his eyes stared fixedly at the talisman paper, and he didn't dare blink at all. The difficulty of crafting technique talismans was countless times higher than basic talismans. Even with Lin Shan's personal guidance, Yang Yi and Bao'er hadn't been able to succeed even once in this month of time. It wasn't that their natural talent was insufficient, and it was because technique talismans were too complicated. Because of this, the fervor Bao'er had at the beginning had vanished completely since a long time ago, and it was even to the extent that Shed become extremely discouraged lately. However, Bao'er's fervor and confidence instantly returned after Lin Shan said a single thing. Lin Shan said, "It has only been such a short period of time. What are you getting anxious for? I spent an entire 2 months of time before I was able to craft my first technique talisman." When Lin Shan said this, it wasn't just Bao'er's confidence that had returned, even Yang Yi's confidence had returned as well. Yang Yi was fully concentrated in the room while he slowly drew stroke after stroke, and beads of sweat gradually seeped out from his forehead. Just like that, this continued for around 2 hours, and at a certain period in time, Yang Yi withdrew his brush. After that, he took a deep breath while undisguised happiness appeared in his eyes. Yang Yi casually wiped off the sweat on his face, and then he picked up the talisman that flickered with light before running towards Lin Shan's residence. At Lin Shan's room, Lin Shan was stunned when he laid eyes upon the talisman in Yang Yi's hand. After he recovered from his shock, he said with an astounded expression, "You crafted this?" Yang Yi nodded with slight excitement. He could be said to have not slept or rest for an entire month as he studied this technique talisman, and after a month of painstaking hard work, Head finally succeeded today. So, how could he not be excited? The corners of Lin Shan's mouth twitched slightly, and he was extremely shocked. Even though Yang Yi had only crafted a windblade talisman that was of the lowest rank, Head completed it within a month of time. He was clearly aware of how complicated technique talismans were because all those years ago, Head spent an entire 2 months of time to craft a single technique talisman that was only at the low grade. Yet Yang Yi had successfully crafted a technique talisman after a month, and it was even a high-grade talisman. Lin Shan's confidence was slightly impacted by this. However, he felt even more happiness and gratification because Yang Yi was his disciple. As he gazed at Yang Yi, who seemed slightly excited, Lin Shan's eyes revealed undisguised praise. During these 2 months of time with Yang Yi, he was extremely satisfied by Yang Yi's performance. It wasn't just because of Yang Yi's natural talent, and he placed even more emphasis on Yang Yi's attitude. Yes, no matter if it was in terms of talisman or cultivating, Yang Yi had an extremely serious attitude, and he worked very hard. This really pleased Lin Shan, because no matter how gifted one was, if that person didn't work hard, then that person would become mediocre in the end. Throughout the history of the Southern Territory, none of the renowned grandmasters in the Tao of Talismans had succeeded by relying solely on natural talent, and they relied even more on their hard work. Hard work makes up for lack of talent. These words were extremely justifiable. After he restrained his thoughts, Lin Shan gazed at Yang Yi and nodded with satisfaction. He said, "No matter if it's in terms of the talisman Tao or martial Tao, your natural talent is extremely good, and it's even rarer that you're able to remain humble, modest, and work hard in everything you do just as you've done in the past." When he spoke up to hear, Lin Shan paused for a moment and said, "Don't be too impatient about your mother. I've already inquired about it. The Flower Palace has only confined her at the bottom of Passionless Cliff, and there's no danger to her life for now. So, don't make unnecessary sacrifices, understand?" When he heard his mother was confined at the bottom of Passionless Cliff, the excitement in Yang Yi's eyes instantly vanished, and he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Master. If I don't have sufficient strength, then I want head to Flower Palace and give my life." Lin Shan sighed when he noticed the flames of rage in Yang Yi's eyes. He said, "It isn't that Master refuses to help you, and it's instead because I'm helpless in this matter. If your mother violated any other rule of the palace, then I would probably be able to make them make an exception. However, your mother violated the rule that the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace set all those years ago, and this rule is the foundation of the Flower Palace. So even the palace master would suffer severe punishment if she violated it. So, not to mention me, it would be useless even if the president of the Talisman Masters Association went to plead on your mother's behalf." Yang Yi closed his eyes and clenched his fists, and it caused his nails to pierce into his palm. He was truly unwilling in his heart. Could it be that I really have to allow my mother to be confined there for a few years, or even a few tens of years? Would mother be able to hold on until I rescue her? Would she? Lin Shan was slightly unable to bear watching Yang Yi be in pain like this, and he immediately said, "There are 2 conditions required to rescue your mother." Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened up, and then he knelt down and said, "Please teach them to me, Master." Lin Shan helped Yang Yi up and said, "If you want to rescue your mother, then you must change the rule set by the founding ancestor of Flower Palace. In order to change this rule, you need absolute strength. Yes, absolute strength. So long as you possess absolute strength, then not to mention changing the rules of Flower Palace, it wouldn't be a problem even if you wanted to annihilate Flower Palace. But possessing absolute strength is easier to be said than done. In the last 10,000 years, only a few people in the Southern Territory have accomplished that. What about the second?" As for the second, Lin Shan said slowly, "The second is to possess the Ascension Token. You've probably heard of the Ascension Rankings. The Ascension Rankings is held jointly by the Grand Qin Empire and the 6 Great Powers. Besides being a competition for resources, there's also another reason for this competition, and it's to foster geniuses. As for why the 6 Great Powers and the Grand Qin Empire want to foster geniuses, you'll naturally find out in the future. For the sake of making all the geniuses in the Southern Territory to participate in the Ascension Rankings, every single sect would provide a large amount of extremely tempting prizes, and the Ascension Token is one such prize. The holder of the Ascension Token can ask the various powers of the Southern Territory to do something for the holder. Of course, it couldn't be too excessive. I can ask the Flower Palace to let my mother go if I possess the Ascension Token?" Yang Yi spoke with slight excitement. Lin Shan shook his head slowly and said, "No, but you can ask them to lighten your mother's punishment and buy time for yourself. After all, even a spirit realm expert won't be able to last long at the bottom of Passionless Cliff." After a long time, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "How do I obtain the Ascension Token?" Lin Shan looked at Yang Yi and said in a low voice, "Obtain the first in the Ascension Rankings." "The first?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Lin Shan said in a low voice, "Kid, don't think that it's easy because it isn't easy at all. If you hadn't comprehended sword intent, then even if you possessed an extraordinary natural talent and possessed gold element profound energy, it would still be extremely difficult for you to ascend into the top 50 of the Ascension Rankings. Now that you've comprehended sword intent, Ascending into the top 30 is probably not a problem for you. However, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but obtaining the first with your current strength is impossible. After all those geniuses in the top 100 of the Ascension rankings are capable of surmounting their cultivation to do battle. Yang Yi nodded lightly. He naturally knew how difficult it was to ascend the Ascension rankings. Not to mention anything else, just the origin school's Yuan Yi that Su Qingshi mentioned that day was an extremely terrifying existence capable of going against a King Realm expert while at the First Heaven Realm. Moreover, Yuan Yi was only ranked at the 14th position in the outer court rankings of the origin school. Since the 14th was already so formidable, then what sort of terrifying existences were the others ranked above him? Moreover, what about the geniuses from the other three colossi like the Grand Qin Empire and the two palaces? How many monstrous geniuses did they possess? There were a few billions of people that populated the southern territory, so how many monstrous geniuses would there be? Yang Yi was extremely confident, yet he wasn't conceited, and he would never think that he was invincible just because he could surmount a realm and instantly annihilate a First Heaven Realm expert. A true First Heaven Realm expert that hadn't relied on any external forces to advance in cultivation was extremely terrifying, just like those First Heaven Realm experts in the Sword Servant Pagoda. Yang Ye's strength had improved greatly, but Yang Yi was unable to instantly annihilate the Sword Servants at the First Heaven Realm just as had done to Lu Qingyu. Moreover, he didn't dare say for sure if there were no First Heaven Realm experts within the Southern Territory that were more formidable than that Sword Servant. After all, the Southern Territory was too huge, and there were too many monstrous geniuses. With the First Heaven Realm Sword Servant and King-ranked Dark Beast from within the Sword Servant Pagoda as his benchmark, Yang Yi was extremely clearly aware of his true strength. But so what about that? It's very difficult indeed for me to seize the first position with my current strength, but don't I still have another half a year of time? This half a year of time is my opportunity to turn the situation around. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi looked at Lin Shan and said, "Master, I want to temper myself in the Grand Myriad Mountains." If he wanted to improve his strength even more quickly, then cultivating diligently indoors wouldn't do. He had to undergo even more actual combat and even more life and death battles. Are you sure? Yang Yi nodded. No matter if it was for the sake of Su Qingshi or his mother, he had to participate in the Ascension rankings. But the position he required now was countless times more difficult than before. Lin Shan nodded lightly, and then he flipped his left hand, causing 10 talismans to appear on his palm. He said, "There are 3 low-grade high-rank lightning strike talismans. If you encounter an expert you can't defeat, then toss these 3 lightning strike talismans at that person." These 3 high-rank lightning strike talismans are still very threatening to spirit realm experts. Yang Ye's heart felt warm. He didn't refuse them and received the technique talismans before he bowed to Lin Shan, and then he turned around and walked out of the room. As he watched Yang Yi leave, Lin Shan stroked his beard and nodded lightning. He said with a smile, "A pretty good kid. He has good natural talent, and his character and disposition are exceptional. That little girl, Bauer, finally did something good for me." Chapter 95 Mortal Assassin Advancement. On the next day, Yang Yi and Little Yao held hands as they strolled slowly through a garden on Talisman Peak, and the two siblings just walked slowly like that. It was an extremely warm scene. After a long time, Little Yao stopped moving. She looked at Yang Yi and seemed slightly reluctant as she said, "Big brother, are you really heading to that Grand Myriad Mountains?" Now, she only had her big brother, and she truly didn't want to be apart from her big brother. However, she knew that her older brother wanted to work hard and become strong in order to recuse their matters. But she still couldn't avoid feeling reluctant. Yang Yi rubbed Little Yao's head and said with a smile, "Big brother is already at the peak of the 9th rank in the mortal realm, and am only lacking a critical factor to advance into the First Heaven Realm. For the sake of improving my strength, big brother must make a trip to the Grand Myriad Mountains. You must listen to Master on Talisman Pair, and don't cause trouble everywhere like Big Sister Bauer, alright?" He was still slightly worried about Little Yao. He wasn't worried about Little Yao's safety, and he was worried instead that the little she-devil, Bauer, would lead Little Yao astray. Little Yao chuckled, and then sheared her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "Big brother, if Big Sister Bauer knew what you said about her, she would definitely not let you off." Little Yao was extremely fond of Bauer as well. Yang Yi smiled, and then he said, "Remember that you shouldn't work too hard in cultivating and learn from Big Sister Bauer to cultivate and play as well. If Big Brother notices that you've become thin when Big Brother returned, then Big Brother won't forgive you." Little Yao nodded, yet Shed decided in her heart that she would work even harder in her cultivation because she would only be able to help her older brother after she became stronger. After playing with Little Yao for 2 hours, Yang Yi left Talisman Peak under Little Yao's reluctant gaze. Yang Yi didn't prepare anything, and he didn't have to prepare anything as well, because he had numerous talismans that he crafted himself. There were those that improved his speed, those that healed. In any case, had prepared a little bit of every single basic talisman. 2 hours after Yang Yi left the sword sect and entered Snake Forest, a young man around the age of 16 walked into an inn within Green Mountain City. This young man arrived in a room. There was a beautiful woman in this room. This beautiful woman was none other than Feng Yi, who had entered the sword sect to ask for Yang Yi. Feng Yi looked at the young man that entered the room and said, "There's news related to him?" The young man bowed to Feng Yi and said, "Senior, Yang Yi has already left Talisman Peak, and based on the direction he left towards, he's probably heading to the Grand Myriad Mountains." When she heard this, Feng Yi, who sat cross-legged on the bed, stood up, and then he brows raised while a cold glow flashed in her eyes. She said, "After 2 months, you've finally come out from there." After she found out that Yang Yi was Lin Shan's disciple on that day, they had no choice but to give up on their plans to capture Yang Yi and take him back. No matter if it was Lin Shan's identity or Lin Shan's own strength, he wasn't someone they could offend. So, if they wanted to continue their mission of capturing Yang Yi, then they had to return to the palace and ask for instructions from the palace master. The other 3 beautiful women had returned to Flower Palace, but Feng Yi hadn't. The reason she had taken the initiative to ask to be allowed to capture Yang Yi upon returning to the palace that day wasn't that she hated Yang Yi's mother and Yang Yi, and it was instead because she was extremely interested in the secret behind how Yang Yi controlled dark beasts. If she obtained this technique, then her status in the Flower Palace would instantly rise by a few levels, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't impossible for her to be appointed as an elder that possessed real authority. So, Shed made an excuse and stayed back. After that, she bribed a disciple of the sword sect to pay attention to Yang Yi's whereabouts. The heavens reward those who wait, and after waiting for 2 months of time, Yang Yi had finally left Talisman Peak. "Senior, about what you promised me." Meanwhile, the young man revealed a flattering smile and asked for his reward. Feng Yi glanced at the young man, and then she waved her right hand. A small pouch appeared before the young man, and then she said, "You can leave." The young man opened the pouch, and then an expression of wild joy surged onto his face when he noticed there were 50 energy stones within the pouch. After that, he didn't look back at all as he walked towards the exit. "I was able to obtain such a reward for merely taking notice of a single person's whereabouts. This transaction was truly worth it." Wait. At this moment, Feng Yi stopped the young man who'd arrived before the door, and she asked, "Does anyone in the sword sect know where you've gone?" The young man hurriedly said, "No, no one knows where I've gone. I took a day of leave from the sword sect today, and I said I have matters to attend to at home. So, all my friends think that I've gone home." Feng Yi nodded lightly. In the next moment, a petal formed from profound energy suddenly pierced the young man's neck. The young man covered his neck tightly while his eyes opened wide. He wanted to say something, yet he was unable to say anything before he crashed to the ground. Feng Yi disregarded the young man, and then she walked out of the room. As for the young man's corpse, there would naturally be someone who came to clean it up later, because this inn belonged to the Flower Palace. After she left the inn, Feng Yi arrived at a stone house at the southern wall of Green Mountain City. The stone house didn't have a door, and there was only a head-sized window. Feng Yi walked over to the window, and then withdrew a silver card and placed it through the window. After around half an hour passed, a piece of blank paper and a brush flew out from the window. Feng Yi picked up the brush and wrote on the paper, "Name, Yang Yi. Identity, Talisman Master, Lin Shan's disciple. Cultivation, 9th rank of the mortal realm. Wanted alive, not dead. I request a mortal assassin. After she finished writing all of this, she flicked her right hand, and the paper flew into the window. After a long time, a voice sounded out from within. It said, "The identity of a talisman master required 10 times the remuneration. The identity of being Lin Shan's disciple requires another 10 times the remuneration. So, it's a total of 200,000 gold coins." Fengyi frowned when she heard this. She had never expected that this organization would actually ask for 200,000 gold coins. After all, 200,000 gold coins wasn't a small amount even for her. Your organization has indicated its prices clearly. It's 10,000 gold coins for those below the mortal realm. So why is it 200,000 gold coins now? Could it be that you're afraid of the Talisman Masters Association? Fengyi spoke in a low voice. His identity is worthy of such a price. Will you hire an assassin or not? Said the voice. Fengyi was slightly hesitant. 200,000 gold coins really wasn't a small amount for her. However, she didn't dare take the risk to deal with Yang Yi herself. Because if Lin Shan found out that she had dealt with Yang Yi, who was at the mortal realm while she herself was at the spirit realm, then with Lin Shan's protective character, even the Flower Palace wouldn't be able to save her from death. If Yang Yi hadn't gone to the Grand Myriad Mountains and went somewhere else, then she would make a move against him herself. However, Yang Yi had gone to the Grand Myriad Mountains, so she was unable to make a move against him. Because so long as she entered the Grand Myriad Mountains, she would immediately fall under the Sword Sect's surveillance. Even she didn't understand why the Sword Sect was in a state of such high security now. In short, she didn't dare to take the risk and deal with Yang Yi herself. Because Lin Shan and the power that Lin Shan represented wasn't something that a tiny flower guard like her could go against. This was the reason why Shed killed that outer court disciple from before, and it was also the reason why Shed come to hire this organization to capture Yang Yi alive. After a long time, Fengyi took a deep breath, and then she flicked her wrist. A gold card flew through the pitch-black window as she said coldly, "Cripple him. It's fine so long as he's still breathing." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. At this moment, Yang Yi was at the snake forest, and his face was covered in shock and disbelief as he looked at the gray wolf. After he entered the forest, Yang Yi had summoned Gray and was prepared to ask Gray to lead the way. However, he was unable to maintain his calm when he saw Gray. Because Gray wasn't a 9th-rank dark beast any longer, and it was a king-rank dark beast. Yes, it was a king-rank dark beast. Yang Yi wasn't mistaken because Gray really was a king-rank dark beast now. Yang Yi pointed at Gray, and then he looked at the little fellow and said, "Little fellow, how did it advance?" He was utterly unable to communicate with the gray wolf, so he could only ask the violent mink. The violent mink blinked, and then it pointed at the gray wolf before it pointed at Yang Ye's stomach. "You're saying it's because of that tiny vortex in my body?" The violet mink nodded. "Then why haven't you advanced?" The violet mink blinked, and then it revealed a helpless expression before it made a few gestures. "You're saying it's extremely difficult for you to advance?" The violet mink hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi pointed at his stomach, and then he asked, "All of you'll advance while inside there?" The violet mink nodded. When he saw this, Yang Yi took a deep breath because this was truly too shocking. His vortex dantian was actually able to allow dark beasts to advance in their cultivation. Exactly what sort of existence is this dantian of mine? It was common knowledge that it was extremely difficult for dark beasts to advance, unless they were fortunate enough to encounter a spirit herb of the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, they could only accumulate their cultivation through time. Normally speaking, dark beasts would search for spirit herbs in the Grand Myriad Mountains to facilitate their advancement because accumulation through time was truly too unreliable. Yet now, his vortex dantian was actually able to allow dark beasts to advance. Moreover, Gray had advanced in such a short period of time. My God, Gray has only been by my side for a few months. Yang Yi felt more and more wonder and curiosity towards the tiny vortex within him. Chapter 96 Dark Beast Army. Even though Gray had become a king-rank dark beast, its attitude towards the violet mink was still extremely respectful as always, and this caused Yang Yi and the violet mink to be extremely satisfied. So, Yang Yi still rode Gray like a horse. In the snake forest, Gray dashed like the wind. Everywhere it passed, all the dark beasts retreated and kept their distance from it, causing Yang Yi to see extremely domineering. At this moment, Yang Yi felt extremely satisfied indeed. It was a king-ranked dark beast. He was riding a king-ranked dark beast like a horse. How many people in the Southern Territory were capable of accomplishing this? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi couldn't help but start laughing, and then he stretched out his hand to pat Gray. Suddenly, a thought appeared abruptly within Yang Yi's mind. Why don't I get a few more dark beasts? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi was unable to maintain his calm. If it was anyone else, this thought was undoubtedly a wild fantasy. But it was entirely possible for Yang Yi to realize such a thought. With the little fellow to deter them, those dark beasts would definitely submit, and with the mysterious tiny vortex, those dark beasts would definitely be willing to stay just like Gray had. Wasn't Gray unwilling in the beginning yet became extremely willing upon witnessing how miraculous the tiny vortex was? In just an instant, Yang Yi had decided. He decided to raise a dark beast army. However, Yang Yi wouldn't subdue those 9th-ranked dark beasts, because even though their strengths were formidable, they couldn't compare to king-ranked dark beasts. With the space within his vortex dantian, it was entirely possible to keep 5 or 6 king-ranked dark beasts. When he thought about the scene where a pile of king-ranked dark beasts appeared with a wave of his hand, Yang Yi couldn't help but become excited. As for spirit-ranked dark beasts that were a realm above king-ranked dark beasts, Yang Yi wouldn't consider subduing them at all. Because if he went looking for a spirit-ranked dark beast with his current strength, and if the pressure emanated by the little fellow didn't work, then he would really be courting death. Yang Yi told the violet mink about his plan to subdue an army of dark beasts, and the violent mink instantly raised its claws in approval. Of course, it wasn't interested in those dark beasts, and it just felt that it was fun. That was the only reason for its agreement. When he saw the violet mink approve, Yang Yi instantly felt slightly impatient. He immediately commanded Gray to dash towards Netherwolf Gorge, because his first objective was the Netherwolf King and Netherwolf King. Under Gray's lead, Yang Yi quickly arrived in the territory of the Netherwolf King within Netherwolf Gorge. With the little fellow by his side, Yang Yi didn't sneak into this place, and he headed directly to the Netherwolf King's cave to challenge it. When the Netherwolf King emerged from its cave with a few thousands of netherwolves, Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. If all of these netherwolves charged at him now, then he would truly be dead today. Presently, he just hoped that the pressure from the little fellow's bloodline would be effective. Meow. When it saw the pack of wolves dash out, the violet mink let out a cry as it flickered into the sky, and then a violet glow flashed into appearance on its body, causing an invisible pressure to cover the heavens and the earth as it enveloped down towards the pack of the wolves below it. When they came into contact with this pressure, the pack of wolves below instantly stopped moving. After that, besides the silver-colored Netherwolf King, all the other netherwolves lay prostrate on the ground, while revealing extreme terror from their eyes. Even though the Netherwolf King didn't lay prostrate on the ground, it wasn't in good shape as well, and its entire body was trembling lightly while its eyes were filled with terror and respect. However, a king had a king's dignity, so it wouldn't lay prostrate before its pack even if it meant death. Because lying prostrate represented submission, the little fellow was infuriated when it saw the silver wolf actually remained standing, and right when it was prepared to pressure the silver wolf king even further, Yang Yi stopped it and said, "Little fellow, tell it to fight me. If I win, then ask it to follow by my side, and if I lose, then we'll leave this place." Yang Yi still remembered the objective he had when he came to the Grand Myriad Mountains this time. He's come to improve his strength. As for subduing king-ranked dark beasts, that was only something he intended to do in passing, because only his own strength was reliable. The violet mink nodded, and then it conversed with the Netherwolf King. In next to no time, the Netherwolf King revealed an infuriated expression, because the violet mink had actually asked a king-ranked dark beast like it to submit to a human. It felt that this was a humiliation to it. So, it immediately glanced ferociously at Yang Yi, and then it roared furiously at Yang Yi to display its strong displeasure. The little fellow was instantly exasperated when it saw that Nether Wolf King actually dared to get angry, and then a strand of invisible pressure pressed down once more towards the Nether Wolf King. At the same time, Grey, who stood by the side, was slightly infuriated as well. It raised its head and howled, and then it revealed a ferocious gaze as it glared at the Nether Wolf King. If it was in the past, Grey would definitely not dare to act so rudely. However, it wasn't the same any longer. It was already a king-rank dark beast. So, the gap between its strength and the strength of the Wolf King wasn't really large anymore. Most importantly, the Wolf King had already offended the little fellow now, and in Grey's heart, offending Yang Yi was quite fine, but offending the little fellow was like a death sentence. The Nether Wolf King's limbs curved slightly, and it seemed to be enduring some sort of extreme pain. When it heard Grey's howl, it looked over towards Grey and instantly revealed shock in its eyes, because another Wolf King had actually appeared in its pack, and this new Wolf King had actually willingly allowed a human to ride it. In next to no time, the Nether Wolf King was exasperated. It felt that this Wolf King before it was simply a disgrace of the Nether Wolves. If it was at any ordinary time, it would definitely charge forward and tear both this man and wolf into pieces. However, it didn't dare to act in this way now, because that violet-colored little fellow was present. While the Nether Wolf King was shocked, the violet mink was furious instead, because this lowly being before it actually dared to remain standing, and the violet mink was instantly prepared to wave its little claw and increase the pressure it emanated. Right at this moment, Yang Yi rode Grey over to the Nether Wolf King, and then he gestured at the little fellow who was extremely angry. The little fellow glanced furiously at the Nether Wolf King, and then it descended onto Yang Yi's shoulder with a flicker. After that, it pointed its little claw at the Nether Wolf King before waving its claw a few times, as if it was telling Yang Yi to teach it a lesson. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at this silver Nether Wolf King that was slightly larger than Grey. He said, "You're a king-rank dark beast, so you ought to be able to understand me. I'll repeat what the little fellow told you just now. Fight me and submit to me if you lose, and if I lose, then well, immediately leave Netherwolf Gorge. What do you think?" Yang Yi knew that if he wanted a king-rank dark beast to submit to him, then he had to possess a strength that it feared. Otherwise, even if it submitted beneath the pressure emanated by the little fellow, it wasn't true submission, and it wouldn't be completely loyal in the end. If he was able to make the Wolf King take him seriously, then with the help of the little fellow, it would be just like how he subdued Grey all that time ago. A king-rank dark beast that submitted under such circumstances was much more reliable. Moreover, he wanted to improve his strength. So, in this way, it could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The Nether Wolf King took a glance at Grey, and then it glanced fearfully at the violet mink. It hesitated for a short moment before it nodded in the end. It actually didn't want to agree. Of course, it wasn't because it was afraid of Yang Yi, and it was because a human that hadn't even attained the king rank intended to challenge it. This was an insult to it. However, it had no choice but to agree now because it was afraid of Grey and the violet mink. Even if Yang Yi was disregarded, if the violet mink helped Grey deal with it, then it was extremely likely for the cooperation of the two beasts to threaten its position in the pack. So, it had agreed for the sake of making the violet mink and Grey leave. The Silver Wolf King raised its head and howled. The pack of wolves behind it instantly stood up and retreated by over 100 m. At the same time, Yang Yi signaled the little fellow and Grey to move a certain distance back. Now, the man and wolf were staring at each other. The Wolf King's eyes contained undisguised contempt. It didn't move because if it had to make the first move even when dealing with a human that wasn't at the king rank, then the Wolf King itself would look down upon itself. So, it was waiting for Yang Yi to make a move. Yang Yi flicked his wrist and placed his sword within his spatial ring. He didn't intend to utilize his sword. It wasn't that he was underestimating the Wolf King, and it was instead because he wanted to temper his body. After he fought Grey that day, Yang Yi understood a single thing. If his body suffered intense stimulation, then the golden, profound energy within his body would help him temper his body. Even though doing this was slightly painful, what was pain in the face of the improvement of his strength? When it saw Yang Yi actually put his sword away, the Wolf King was infuriated once more. Is this human underestimating me? It raised its head and howled furiously, and then it stomped its hind leg backwards before it leaped forward and smashed down towards Yang Yi like a small hill. The ground that the silver wolf stomped on had directly collapsed, and a small hole appeared in its place. This obviously showed how terrifying its strength was. Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression when he saw the silver wolf charge towards him. He moved his right leg back while he placed his right fist horizontally before him. The golden, profound energy within his body suddenly started circulating, and then a dazzling golden glow flickered on his right fist. When the Wolf King approached, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right leg on the ground, causing his body to rise from the ground. After that, he let out a clear shout as he suddenly smashed his fist down towards the Wolf King's head. Chapter 97. The real battle starts now. Bang! Yang Ye's fist had just come into contact with the Wolf King's head when Yang Ye's expression changed. After that, a strand of enormous force came from his arm, and without any doubt, Yang Yi was blasted flying by this enormous force. Bang! After flying for around 25 m, Yang Yi finally crashed heavily to the ground. On the other hand, the Wolf King's body merely stopped briefly in midair, and then it descended firmly onto the ground. Obviously, that collision from before hadn't injured it at all. However, Yang Ye's punch wasn't completely useless, because at the very least, an extremely clear fist print had appeared on the Wolf King's forehead. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground, and then pain and weakness extended from his right arm towards his entire body. Right at this moment, the tiny vortex within his body started to circulate. Along with the circulation of the tiny vortex, traces of golden profound energy flowed out from within his vortex dantian, and then these traces of golden profound energy flowed towards the meridians within his entire body and repaired his body. As he sensed the state his body was in, Yang Yi took a breath of air before he gazed at the Nether Wolf King in the distance. Yang Yi had to admit that the physical strength of dark beasts was extremely terrifying. If a human First Heaven Realm expert had suffered that strike of his from before, then even if that expert didn't die from the strike, that expert would definitely be injured. However, the Nether Wolf King that stood before him was completely unharmed. Even though had expected that this punch wouldn't cause much harm to the Wolf King, Yang Yi still felt slightly depressed when he noticed that it was completely unharmed. However, fortunately, this Nether Wolf King was still slightly inferior when compared to the king-ranked dark beast within the Sword Servant Pagoda. At any rather, he wouldn't dare utilize his fist to collide head-on with that king-ranked dark beast in the Sword Servant Pagoda. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and took a deep breath before he removed the clothes on his upper body and the armor he wore, causing his bronze-colored skin. He stretched his fists slightly while the profound energy in his body surged, and then his fists were instantly densely covered by a layer of dazzling golden light. He intended to fight to his heart's content today. When it noticed that Yang Yi was actually still able to stand, the wolves within the pack instantly started to howl as if they were saying how could this be possible. On the other hand, the little fellow in gray that knew Yang Yi through and through weren't really shocked. Especially gray because it had fought Yang Yi, and it was very clearly aware of Yang Yi's physical strength. However, it didn't look favorably upon Yang Yi's battle with the Nether Wolf King because the gap between a 9th-ranked Dark Beast and King-ranked Dark Beast was extremely huge. Even though it didn't look favorably upon Yang Yi, it wouldn't express it, or else it would be looking for a beating. After all, the violet-colored little fellow really disliked others looking down upon Yang Yi. When it saw Yang Yi stand up, a glow of excitement flickered in the violet minx's eyes, and it seemed as if it wanted to participate in the battle as well. At this moment, the Nether Wolf King was extremely shocked in its heart as well because this human that stood before it hadn't perished after physically going head-on against it. Moreover, based on how the human looked, then not to mention death, the human wasn't even injured. This caused the Nether Wolf King to be infuriated because a human had actually been able to stand up completely unharmed after physically going head-on against it. This was a direct slap on the face to it. Ow! A furious howl resounded before the Nether Wolf King charged once more at Yang Yi. The Nether Wolf King's body was more than 10 times the size of Yang Yi. So, It seemed like a moving hill as it dashed furiously, and the ground trembled lightly every single time its feet touched the ground. The impetus it revealed was extremely astounding. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed when he saw the Netherwolf King charge over. He suddenly stomped the ground with his right leg, and he relief on the counterforce from this to charge at the Wolf King like a cannonball. When he was only 3 m away from the Wolf King, Yang Yi let out a fierce shout as his fists that flickered with a golden glow smashed fiercely towards the Wolf King's head that was even larger than his body. Yang Yi could be said to have strained every muscle in his body as he executed this attack. Everywhere his fists passed, space seemed as if it was torn apart, and a sharp and ear-piercing sound was emanated in their wake. Under the astounded gazes of all the beasts in the surroundings, this man and wolf collided forcefully once more. Bang! Along with an enormous bang resounding through the air, Yang Yi was blasted flying once more. The Wolf King heaved a sigh of relief when it saw Yang Yi being blasted flying. However, in the next moment, the human that had just been smashed to the ground had stood up once more while seeming to be completely fine. Moreover, that human even took the initiative to launch an attack against it. The Wolf King was extremely bewildered. It was really extraordinarily bewildering, because it had utilized its entire strength just now, yet this human before it was actually still able to stand up after colliding head-on with its full force. Moreover, that human could even take the initiative to launch an attack against it. Is that really a human and not a dark beast? It stopped thinking after this because that human had already arrived before it. Bang! As expected, Yang Yi was blasted flying once more. However, in the next moment, Yang Yi crawled up once more, and then he charged at the Netherwolf King. Bang! Bang! The battle continued for around an hour. During this entire hour, Yang Yi was blasted flying on every single collision he had with the Wolf King, and there was no exception to this. However, Yang Yi did improve as well because the distance he was blasted flying every time was reducing. From being blasted flying by around 25 m at the beginning, it had been shrunk down to around 18 m now. So, how could this not be considered as an improvement? Yang Yi was naturally not someone that enjoyed being beaten up. The reason Head abstained from utilizing the sword that he was most skilled in was that he was utilizing the physical collisions with the Netherwolf King to strengthen his body. Yes, the greater the harm his body received, the swifter the tiny vortex within his body circulated. At the same time, the amount of golden profound energy that flowed up grew greater and greater. Even though it was slightly painful, the effects were extremely good. Just like this very moment, Head already become basically accustomed to the Netherwolf King's strength. Of course, he was only accustomed to it, and not immune. So, it still hurt for him. As they watched Yang Yi being blasted flying over and over again before charging towards the Netherwolf King over and over again, the pack of wolves behind the Wolf King were completely stunned, because even they were unable to suffer so many attacks from the Wolf King without being injured, yet this human before them was capable of that. Is that human really a human, or is he a dark beast? At this moment, such thoughts that were similar to the thoughts of the Wolf King from before had arisen in the minds of the wolves in the pack. At this moment, Gray had opened its eyes wide as well, and its eyes were filled with disbelief. It knew that Yang Yi's body was extremely strong, yet it had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually still able to stand after suffering so many strikes from the Wolf King. When did he become so strong? This isn't a battle between a man and beast at all, and it's a battle between beasts. Yes, only a battle between dark beasts was a battle of physically colliding head-on just like Yang Yi and the Netherwolf King were. In the opinion of Gray and the wolves in the pack, Yang Yi's physical strength was already comparable to the Netherwolf King. However, only Yang Yi himself knew that his body was still quite inferior when compared to the Wolf King. Even though the Netherwolf King had blasted him flying repeatedly, it hadn't pursued him and followed up with another attack or attacked his vital points like his head. Moreover, it hadn't utilized its claws that were sharp like blades as well. Yang Yi knew that the Netherwolf King was worried about the little fellow. When compared to this, had basically not caused any material harm to the Wolf King since Head entered into battle with it. In other words, he was unable to get through the Wolf King's defense. Perhaps he would be able to accomplish that if he utilized a high-grade strength talisman, but that would be meaningless. Of course, even though the Nether Wolf King hadn't utilized its full strength, Yang Yi hadn't as well. If he held a sword in hand and utilized it, then he was confident in his ability to slice the Wolf King into pieces. The reason the Wolf King hadn't utilized its full strength was that it wanted to see how many strikes this human before it could take. It was the king of a pack, so perhaps its intelligence wasn't as great as humans, but it was absolutely not an idiot. So, since that mysterious violet-colored little fellow and another Wolf King were willing to follow by this human's side, there was definitely something extraordinary about this human. The facts proved that this human did indeed possess some ability. So, it restrained the arrogance in its heart. No matter if it was Dark Beast of Man, all those who possess strength deserve to be respected. However, if this human only possessed this little bit of strength, then it was far from being sufficient to make it submit. It wasn't worried that this human would make it submit by force, because if that was the case, then the human before it would suffer the retaliation of the experts in the world of dark beasts. So, if this human wanted to make it submit, the human had to make it submit willingly. For a time, both man and wolf had different thoughts in their minds, and it could be said that this battle right now was merely a warm-up. Another 2 hours passed. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying again, and he swiftly stood back up. Right when he intended to charge over once more, the Nether Wolf King howled furiously towards the sky, and then it suddenly swiped its claws that were sharp like blades towards the ground. Hiss! A few claw marks that were as thick as an arm appeared on the ground. Yang Yi stopped moving when he saw this, and he said in a low voice, "You intend to fight seriously?" Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he flipped his right hand, causing his sword to appear in his hand. As soon as his sword entered his hand, Yang Yi's imposing aura instantly changed. At the same time, sword intent surged out and enveloped down towards the Nether Wolf King. The real battle starts now. Chapter 98 Silver. When enveloped by the sword intent, the imposing aura that erupted from the Nether Wolf King just now was instantly suppressed, and when it sensed its imposing aura being suppressed, the Nether Wolf King's pupils constricted while an extremely solemn expression appeared in its eyes. This time, it had taken Yang Yi to be a true opponent. Yes, because of the sword intent alone, the Nether Wolf King had no choice but to take Yang Yi seriously, and this displayed how terrifying sword intent was. Ow! A world-shaking howl resounded as the Wolf King leaped forward, and its claws carried brilliant cold glows and emanated a sharp and ear-piercing whistle through the air as they clawed at Yang Yi. Its speed was so swift and force so powerful that it was more than 2 times greater when compared to before. At the moment the Nether Wolf King made a move, Yang Yi moved as well, and he started running towards the Wolf King. When the Wolf King was only 6 m away from him, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed as he utilized the Gale Steps technique, and he left an afterimage behind as his figure leaped forward. Clang! He drew his sword and stabbed it at the Wolf King's leg. The Wolf King would naturally not dodge because as far as it was concerned, this human's dark treasure wasn't much stronger than a tree branch. However, it was wrong this time. Hiss! The sword didn't encounter much obstruction, and it directly pierced into the Wolf King's left leg, which was even thicker than Yang Yi's body. The Wolf King's pupils constricted violently when the sword pierced into its leg, because this human before it had actually pierced through its defense. So, it was immediately furious and shocked, and it increased the force behind its right claw that struck down towards Yang Yi. As soon as the sword pierced into the Wolf King's left leg, Yang Yi was prepared to withdraw his sword. Yet it was already too late because the Wolf King's claw was already slapping down towards him. He didn't dare to take this attack head-on, so Yang Yi immediately decided to abandon his sword. He executed the Gale Steps technique and leaped back to avoid the Wolf King's claw. Bang! The claw missed, and the Wolf King's body descended to the ground, and then the ground beneath the Wolf King instantly crumbled. The Wolf King lowered its head to glance at the sword that was still stuck in its leg, and then it glanced at Yang Yi. After that, it raised its head and howled furiously. It was completely enraged. It suddenly stomped with its hind legs, and then its enormous figure shot at Yang Yi like a small hill. At this moment, its claws that were sharp like blades flickered with a ghastly glow that caused one's heart to go cold. Yang Ye's expression remained unchanged when he saw the Wolf King charge over. He slowly raised his right hand, and then he said in the direction of the Wolf King's left leg, "Come." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword stabbed within the Wolf King's left leg suddenly resounded with a clear and melodious sword howl, and then it transformed into a ray of flowing light that returned to Yang Ye's hand. Once the sword entered his palm, Yang Ye's figure dashed towards the Wolf King. During the process of this dash, Yang Yi formed a sword with the fingers of his left hand that was free, and then it swiped it swiftly and abruptly towards the Wolf King. Swish, 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 swish. 5 golden strands of sword chi shot out successively towards the Wolf King. The Nether Wolf King still didn't dodge because it disdained to dodge. Of course, it was unable to dodge at such a close distance. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 golden strands of sword chi didn't bring exceptionally great harm to the Wolf King. Yet it wasn't completely useless as well because there were already 5 more bloody holes on the Wolf King's head. I've been injured by this human again? The Nether Wolf King was stunned by this, and then it became infuriated while its face instantly turned savage. It suddenly opened its enormous mouth and bit forcefully towards Yang Yi that was a short distance away from it. It seemed as if it had really aroused killing intent. The Wolf King would underestimate Yang Yi, and it would take Yang Ye's attacks head-on out of consideration for its dignity as a king of beasts. But Yang Yi wouldn't act in that way. He understood how to make the best use of his advantages and avoid the disadvantages, and he understood his own strong points and weak points. When Yang Yi was about to come into contact with the Wolf King's bloody mouth, his figure suddenly stopped, and then his right leg stomped lightly on the ground. He executed the Gale Steps technique and shot swiftly towards the Wolf King's right, and he avoided being bit and struck by the Wolf King. When Yang Yi crossed the Wolf King's enormous figure, he drew his sword with a clang, and then a few tins of bloody marks appeared on the right side of the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King stopped moving and turned around, and on the other hand, Yang Yi was already over 30 m away now. As he gazed at the blood that ceaselessly flowed from the right side of the Wolf King's body, Yang Yi understood something now. The bodies of dark beasts weren't really so terrifying. Of course, the precondition that one was able to pierce through their defenses. If one was able to pierce through their defenses, then with their enormous figures, the dark beasts were like living punching bags. The Wolf King didn't charge at Yang Yi as well. Under the suppression of that incomprehensible force, both its speed and battle intent had descended by a few tens of percent. Of course, most importantly, this human was capable of piercing through its defenses, and once its defenses were pierced through, then the advantage it possessed would have practically vanished completely. The human and 2 dark beasts before it hadn't come to seize its territory, nor was there any deep enmity between them, so there was truly no reason to fight to the death. Because if they really did fight a life and death battle, then if the mysterious violet-colored little fellow exerted that terrifying pressure towards it while it was in battle with this human, then it could dream of continuing the battle and could just wait for death to arrive. So, there was practically no need to continue the battle. Yang Yi walked slowly towards the Nether Wolf King. When he arrived in an area of 6 m away from the Wolf King, Yang Yi said, "Wolf King, if I wanted to kill you, then you would already be dead now. Come with me, and you'll live a good life in the future." If he was able to subdue this Wolf King, then he would have another super bodyguard to protect his life in the future. The Wolf King gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, yet it shook its head in the end. If it submitted to a human, then it would become the laughingstock of all the king-rank dark beasts in this area. It could die, but it couldn't lose its dignity. Yang Yi frowned when he saw the Wolf King shake its head. Right at this moment, Gray and the Violet Mink walked over, and then the Violet Mink glared fiercely at the Nether Wolf King. The Wolf King seemed to be very afraid of the Violet Mink, and it immediately took a few steps back and didn't dare meet the Violet Mink's gaze. Gray walked over to the Wolf King, and then it started conversing with the Wolf King. As Gray spoke indistinctly to the Wolf King, the eyes of the Wolf King gradually opened wide before it could simply fit a human head within it. After a short moment, the Wolf King looked at Yang Yi, or more precisely speaking, it was looking at Yang Ye's stomach. Yang Ye's brows eased up when he saw this, and he looked at the violet mink and said, "Little fellow, help me send it in." The violet mink seemed to feel extreme dislike towards the Wolf King. So, it immediately shook his little head with force because it refused to allow a dark beast that wouldn't obey it to enjoy such benefits. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh, and he immediately said in a light voice, "Little fellow, just think about it. If it follows by my side, then wouldn't you be able to bully it at will?" The violet mink's eyes lit up, and then it nodded. It waved its little claw at the Wolf King, and then the Nether Wolf King instantly transformed into a violet ray of light that entered into Yang Ye's body. When the Nether Wolf King saw the space in the tiny vortex within Yang Ye's body, it was unable to maintain its calm any longer. Moreover, when it noticed the pool of golden profound energy, it seemed as if it had taken some stimulants and seemed to be extraordinarily excited and delighted. After that, it howled before intending to charge into the pool. Right when it intended to charge into the pool, the little fellow appeared before it, and then a pressure that covered the heavens and the earth smashed down forcefully onto the Nether Wolf King. It caused the Wolf King's body to instantly stop moving, and it didn't dare take another step forward. The violet mink stared at the Wolf King with hostility, because this fellow before it actually intended to enter that pool, and it felt that the Wolf King was thinking wishfully because that pool belonged to it. Yang Yi didn't know what the violet mink had said to the Nether Wolf King within his vortex Dantian. However, when the Wolf King emerged from within his vortex Dantian, its attitude had changed from the fear and reverence it had from before to a flattering attitude. In any case, it did everything it was told to do, and it caused Yang Yi to be dumbstruck. After a short moment, the Wolf King expressed its willingness to submit to Yang Yi through the violet mink. However, it had a problem that it hoped Yang Yi would be able to help it resolve. This problem was how the pack of wolves would survive after it left. After all, if a pack or group of beasts within this area didn't possess a king, then they would be bullied by the other packs or groups of beasts. Not to mention that their territory would be seized, they might even be enslaved. So, it hoped that Yang Yi would be able to resolve this problem. In this way, it could willingly follow by Yang Ye's side. The Nether Wolf King's problem wasn't something difficult for Yang Yi at all. Yang Yi waved his hand and spoke with a heroic spirit. "The other packs and groups? Don't worry, we'll go look for them one by one. And once all of them have no king, then who will bully who?" Just like this, Yang Yi gained another super lackey, and Yang Yi gave this lackey the name Silver. Chapter 99 Battle. After he subdued the Nether Wolf King, Yang Yi obtained some unexpected gains, and it was the Nether Wolf King's horde. However, this horde was slightly shabby, and there were only a few tins of spirit herbs there. Moreover, the quality of these spirit herbs wasn't high. Only 3 of them were low-grade profound rank spirit herbs, while the others were below the profound rank. With Yang Ye's current wealth, he naturally turned his nose up towards these spirit herbs, but it was still better than nothing. After the Nether Wolf King helped the pack of wolves settle down, Yang Yi set foot onto his journey once more. His objective this time was that king-rank dark beast at Death Mountain Range, that king-rank dark beast that caused even Gray and Silver to reveal fearful expressions when they mentioned it. Yang Yi knew that a king-rank dark beast capable of making the proud Nether Wolf King reveal a fearful expression was definitely not easy to deal with. However, he wasn't afraid because if he was truly unable to defeat it, then couldn't he just flee? With the little fellow and 2 king-rank dark beasts by his side, if the spirit-rank dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains didn't make an appearance, then could anyone go against this combination of forces? At this moment, Yang Yi could be said to be filled with high and heroic spirits. Under Gray's lead, Yang Yi quickly arrived at Death Abyss, and he was slightly dazed as he gazed at the strange violet mist that suffused the abyss beneath him. Who could have imagined that the bottom of the abyss was actually covered in bones? Who could have imagined that there was a place with beautiful mountains and clear water at the bottom of the abyss? Who could have imagined that an old man who possessed terrifying strength was living at the bottom? When he thought of that old man, Yang Ye's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He didn't know exactly how formidable the old man's strength was, and he only knew that Exalt Realm experts were unable to create a teleportation formation in a casual manner. Yang Yi was only puzzled by the reason why the old man had bestowed an Earth Rank technique and Earth Rank Dark Treasure to him upon meeting him. He would naturally not think that it was because he possessed some sort of outstanding charm, and he faintly had the feeling that the old man seemed to be very interested in him. As for the exact reason, he had no knowledge of it. After a long time, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, and then he chuckled before he said, "Looks like I have to make a trip down there when I have the time. It would be best if I'm able to seize some benefits." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay here any longer, and he commanded Gray to dash towards Death Mountain Range. According to the description provided by the Nether Wolf King, Death Mountain Range was the Earth Bear King's territory. This Earth Bear King wasn't native to this area, and it had suddenly come to Death Mountain Range a very long time ago. Once it arrived at Death Mountain Range, all the beasts that lived within and around Death Mountain Range had been completely driven away by it. Of course, those dark beasts wouldn't leave obediently. At that time, battles occurred practically every single day within Death Mountain Range. However, every single one of those battles involved the Earth Bear King bashing up other beasts. After a period of battles, this Earth Bear King that arrived abruptly had finally obtained everyone's acknowledgement, and they acknowledged that Death Mountain Range was its territory. It couldn't be helped. They couldn't defeat it, so they could only admit defeat. Fortunately, this Earth Bear King settled down after it took control of Death Mountain Range, and it didn't bully the other dark beasts in the surroundings. Moreover, the dark beasts in the surroundings could enter its territory to search for spirit herbs. Of course, the precondition was that those dark beasts didn't offend it. However, if humans dared to step foot into Death Mountain Range, then it would pursue and kill those humans. So, when Yang Yi raised his intention to subdue this Earth Bear King, the Nether Wolf King was slightly against it. However, when Yang Yi brought the Violet Mink and Gray out, the Nether Wolf King stopped objecting. Indeed, the Earth Bear King was only a King-rank dark beast. So long as it wasn't a Spirit-rank dark beast, then with the ability of their group, even if they were truly unable to defeat the Earth Bear King, the Earth Bear King could only watch as they fled. The Earth Bear King lived on a small hill within a gorge, and Yang Yi quickly arrived at this gorge under the lead of the Nether Wolf King. When Yang Yi approached the Earth Bear King's territory, numerous sounds of explosions suddenly resounded from afar. Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he looked towards the distance as he said, "It's in battle?" Yang Yi placed the Nether Wolf King and Gray within his vortex Dantian, and then he brought the Violet Mink along as he flashed swiftly towards the place where the Earth Bear King resided. Head mainly placed the Nether Wolf King and Gray into his vortex Dantian because he was afraid it was a human that was fighting the Earth Bear King in the distance, because it would truly be too shocking if a human saw him with two king-rank dark beasts. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived on a tree near the Earth Bear King's lair. When he looked through the gaps between the leaves, he saw 8 people in battle with the Earth Bear King, which was much larger than the Nether Wolf King. All of these 8 people weren't very old, and they were all around the age of 17 or 18. To Yang Yi's surprise, all of these 8 people were First Heaven Realm experts, and he came to an understanding when he saw some of the emblems on their clothes. Because these 8 people were probably disciples of the 6 great powers, and if it was the disciples of the 6 great powers, then it was comparatively normal for them to attain the First Heaven Realm at the age of 17 or 18. However, Yang Yi was puzzled about why a battle would have occurred between these 8 people and the Earth Beast King. Could it be that they intend to kill it for its core and then skin it for gold? Indeed, there was no need to explain the value of its inner core. As for the Earth Bear King's brown-colored bear skin, it was extremely valuable as well, or it should be said that the skin of dark beasts at the king rank and above were extremely valuable. Suddenly, Yang Yi's gaze focused on a woman amongst the 8 of them, and he was slightly surprised when he saw her appearance. Because this woman was the Sword Sect's outer court disciple, Qingxue. The 8 of them didn't go head-on against the Earth Bear King as had done with the Nether Wolf King, and they utilized nimble movement techniques and various powerful combat techniques to fight the Earth Bear King while avoiding direct collisions with it. However, the effect of this wasn't very great. Those flashy techniques weren't able to cause any material harm to the Earth Bear King. Yang Yi's gaze slowly swept past the 8 of them, and then it descended onto a man in the end. Because this man's strength was the strongest amongst the 8 of them. This man held a completely dark black spear, and this spear was obviously not ordinary at first glance. Every single time the man waved the spear, it would drag along a string of faint afterimages, and every single time it descended onto the Earth Bear King, it would definitely leave behind a bloody hole on the Earth Bear King's body. This man was the only one amongst the 8 that was able to pierce through the Earth Bear King's defense without utilizing any techniques. However, that was all he was able to accomplish. Those small injuries were like mosquito bites to the Earth Bear King. On the other hand, if any of them were struck by the Earth Bear King's enormous paw, then they would absolutely be transformed into a pile of mush. They'll head over after they're defeated. The conclusion Yang Yi obtained after watching for a while was that these 8 people before him would be unable to kill the Earth Bear King. However, Yang Yi was slightly puzzled because this Earth Bear King didn't seem as formidable as the Nether Wolf King had said. Could it be that it hasn't even gotten serious? On the battlefield, Qingxue was moving and attacking nimbly at the left side of the Earth Bear King. Since they'd entered into battle with the Earth Bear King, Shed relied on the dexterity of her movement technique and the force of her sword technique, and Shed caused some marks on the Earth Bear King's body with her sword. However, even if Shed accomplished all of this, she was slightly regretful in her heart. Yes, she regretted agreeing to participate in hunting the Earth Bear King. If disciples of the Sword Sect wanted to obtain even more resources, then they could only accept the sect's assignments and strive to ascend the outer court rankings. She was unable to ascend the outer court rankings, for now, so she could only accept the assignments in the sect. Shed come to the Grand Myriad Mountains this time merely for the sake of hunting and killing a 9th-ranked dark beast, and Shed encountered these others during this process. All of them were similarly disciples of various sects that had left their sects to temper themselves. Under their persuasion, she was unable to resist the temptation of hunting a king-ranked dark beast and agreed to their invitation. There were many assignments in the Sword Sect that required the tendons and blood of king-ranked dark beasts. So, if she was able to kill this king-ranked dark beast with them, then even though her strength was comparatively weaker when compared to the others, she would still be able to receive quite a bit of spoils. With the blood, tendons, and other materials from a king-ranked dark beasts, she would be able to exchange them for even more cultivation resources. Her idea was great, but the reality was brutal. According to her thoughts, all 8 of them were First Heaven Realm experts that were from various sections. So, their joint forces ought to be sufficient to deal with a king-ranked dark beast. However, the brutal reality she faced told her that the sword technique and sword chi she took pride in was utterly unable to cause any material harm to a king-ranked dark beast. Conversely, if she was just a moment too slow, then the attacks of this king-ranked dark beast would transform her into a pile of mush. So, she regretted agreeing to participate in this hunt, because this dark beast was utterly not something they could go against. She could still leave now, but she couldn't because the disciple in the lead who was from the Origin School hadn't said the word. Qingxue had nothing to say about the strength of this outer court disciple from the Origin School. However, she didn't dare compliment his character. Just like the rumors said, the disciples of the Origin School always had a feeling of superiority when they faced the disciples of the other sections. However, Qingxue felt that this was extremely normal. It couldn't be helped that his strength was the greatest amongst all of them. The spear-wielding man pierced his spear into the Earth Bear King's stomach, and then he suddenly spun the spear in his hand, and he relied on this force to fly backward and avoid the paw that the Earth Bear King had slapped towards him. As he sensed the constantly decreasing profound energy within his body, the man's brows knit together tightly, and then he glanced towards the thick bushes near the walls of the gorge while he said in his heart, "Why isn't it done yet?" Right when he was about to attack once more, a resounding voice suddenly resounded. "Jiangwei, retreat quickly." When he heard these words, the spear-wielding man was delighted. He suddenly stomped with his right foot, and then he flickered backward a few times to escape the battlefield. This sudden event caused the expressions of the other 7 people on the battlefield to change violently. On the other hand, the eyes of Yang Yi, who was hidden atop the tree, narrowed, and then he looked towards the source of the voice while he said, An ambush? And more than one person? Right at the moment that Jiang Wei suddenly left the battlefield, the other 7 were prepared to flee after they recovered from their rage. However, right at this moment, an enormous yellow-colored energy barrier enveloped the 7 of them along with the Earth Bear King. At the same time, 3 men that wore moon-white robes walked out from 3 corners of the energy barrier. Chapter 100 Earth Bear King. The battle stopped abruptly when this yellow barrier appeared, because the Earth Bear King had stopped attacking, and it looked at Jiang Wei's group of 4 and didn't conceal the disdain and contempt in its eyes. The Earth Bear King ceasing its attack was naturally everything that the other 7 people wished for. One of the men within the barrier gazed at the barrier and seemed to have thought of something, and then he cried out involuntarily. It's actually the Origin School's barrier ward. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot his gaze towards Jiang Wei that stood outside the barrier and said furiously, "Jiang Wei, what's the meaning of this?" When she heard the words barrier ward, Kingsu's countenance turned pale as well. Shed heard of the barrier ward. It was a divine ability of the Origin School. It wasn't that type of divine ability that caused adverse effects to the user after it was executed, and it was a true divine ability. The solidity of the barrier ward was something that even a spirit-ranked dark beast found difficult to break through. As for a king-ranked dark beast, it was even more difficult. Of course, she was more concerned about the intentions of Jiang Wei and the others. Jiang Wei disregarded the 7 of them, and he turned around to look at a man by his side and said, "Senior Brother Xin Ming, if the Grand Qin Empire's Martial Future Academy finds out about what we've done here, we'll probably be in huge trouble." Amongst the 7 people within the barrier, 2 were from Bright Moon Sect, 1 was from the Sword Sect, and 4 were from the Martial Future Academy of the Grand Qin Empire. Even though the Martial Future Academy was only a second-rate academy in the Grand Qin Empire, it still represented the Grand Qin Empire. So, if the Grand Qin Empire found out about what the 4 of them had done today, then they would definitely be in trouble. As for the Bright Moon Sect and the Sword Sect, they weren't worried about these 2 sects at all. A wisp of an evil smile arose on the corners of Xian Ming's mouth, and he said, "Don't worry. So long as all of them die, then would anyone know about all of this?" When he spoke up to hear, he turned around and nodded to Jiang Wei before he said, "Jiang Wei, you did well this time. If you didn't lead them over to keep the Earth Bear King busy, then we would have been utterly unable to establish the barrier ward. With the gains from this Earth Bear King, the 4 of us won't have to worry about cultivation resources for 3 months at least." Jiang Wei didn't speak any further when he heard this. Cultivation resources were something that every disciple of a sect required. Besides those that possessed an extraordinarily monstrous natural talent, the sects wouldn't hand out cultivation resources for free. If one wanted to improve one's strength at a better and quicker rate, then one needed cultivation resources. Because one's speed of cultivation would lag far behind other disciples if one didn't possess such resources. There was competition in all sects, and the competition within the Origin School was even more intense, while the requirements to participate in the Inner Court exam was extremely harsh. If they wanted to become Inner Court disciples, then they had to possess even more formidable strengths because the spots for Inner Court disciples in the Origin School was limited. They'd come to hunt the Earth Bear King this time because they'd accepted an assignment in the sect. However, they were clearly aware that it was undoubtedly impossible for them to kill this Earth Bear King with their own strengths. So, the 4 of them had formulated a plan. This plan was to find some disciples from the other sects that had come to temper themselves in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and then utilize them to keep the Earth Bear King busy while they established the barrier ward to trap the Earth Bear King. However, the development of the plan wasn't smooth because the Earth Bear King had stopped attacking the 7 of them. Xian Ming frowned. In his original plan, the 7 of them were supposed to fight to the point both sides sustained great injuries and losses. Their strengths couldn't compare to the Earth Bear King, but if the 7 of them chose to detonate themselves, then it would absolutely be able to injure the Earth Bear King. In that way, it would be much easier to deal with the Earth Bear King. However, the Earth Bear King had stopped attacking now, and this was slightly unusual. "Jiang Wei, quickly open up the barrier and let us out." A young man from Martial Future Academy spoke anxiously. A wisp of ridicule suffused the corners of Xian Ming's mouth as he said, Are they members of Martial Future Academy so lacking in their discerning ability? You still don't understand our intentions until now? Sure, you can come out. Kill that Earth Bear King behind all of you, and then we'll open up the barrier and let all of you out, all right? When they heard this, that last trace of hope in their hearts instantly vanished because these 4 disciples from the Origin School really intended to eliminate all 7 of them along with the Earth Bear King. Aren't all of you afraid of the Sword Sect, Bright Moon Sect, and Martial Future Academy's revenge? Qingxue spoke in a cold voice. Revenge? Xianming started laughing, and his face was covered in disdain as he said, I agree about the Bright Moon Sect and Martial Future Academy, but your Sword Sect? Even if your Sword Sect finds out about what happened today, would your Sword Sect dare to take revenge on my Origin School? Based on what you said, you're definitely a disciple that has just joined the Sword Sect, and you don't know the gap between the Sword Sect and the other sections. Allow me to enlighten you. Not to mention anything else, how many Outer Court disciples does your Sword Sect possess? Less than 10,000, right? Do you know how many Outer Court disciples my Origin School possesses? 140,000. What do you think? Now you know how worthless the Sword Sect is, right? Kingsu's expression was livid when she heard this. She knew that the Origin School was stronger than the Sword Sect, and she knew that the Sword Sect was the weakest amongst the 6 great powers. However, as a disciple of the Sword Sect, she felt both furious and helpless when Xianming scoffed at her and looked down upon the Sword Sect because she was utterly unable to refute it. Xianming glanced coldly at the 7 of them and said, Don't even think of breaking out of the barrier. If you want to live, then kill the Earth Bear King standing behind all of you. Kill it, and we'll open up the barrier. That disciple from Martial Future Academy laughed coldly and said, You'll open up the barrier after we kill the Earth Bear King? Do you think that we're 3-year-olds? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to look at the Earth Bear King, and he said, Bear King, I know that you understand human speed. We were in the wrong just now, and I apologize to you. Now, we're in the same situation, so we should join forces to break open this barrier. What do you think? The other 6 people within the barrier hurriedly apologized as well. Presently, their only path of survival was to join forces with the Earth Bear King. Xianming's expression changed when he witnessed this. If they joined forces with the Earth Bear King, then it would undoubtedly be a huge problem for the 4 of them. Right when he was about to instruct the other 3 to make a move in advance, the Earth Bear King made it stand clear. The Earth Bear King glanced with disdain at the 7 of them within the barrier, and then it went silent before it glanced towards the spot Yang Yi was hiding, while a seemingly human glow of contemplation flickered in its eyes. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he noticed the Earth Bear King's gaze because the Earth Bear King had noticed him. Looks like this Earth Bear King has really concealed its strength. Little fellow, are you able to deal with this big fellow? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. The violet mink was displeased by Yang Yi's doubt, and it clawed randomly at Yang Yi's face. After that, it intended to go deal with the Earth Bear King. However, Yang Yi hurriedly stopped it, and then it finally calmed down after he apologized countless times. When they saw the Earth Bear King make it stand clear, the hearts of the 7 people within the barrier instantly sank. Both fighting or not led to death, and they were truly troubled. On the other hand, Xianming started roaring with laughter when he saw this. Beast Kings really are extremely arrogant. However, right at this moment, his laughter stopped abruptly because the Earth Bear King within the barrier had raised its enormous paw and slapped it towards the barrier. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. The ground quaked, yet the barrier didn't break. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that traces of cracks had appeared on the barrier. Bang! Another paw smashed down, and the cracks on the barrier grew larger. Bang! When the 10th paw struck the barrier rumbled and shattered under the astounded gazes of everyone. After the barrier shattered, the Earth Bear King didn't attack all of them, and it sat at the side instead while revealing a mocking expression. Because wasn't it extremely interesting to watch humans kill each other? When the barrier shattered, Qingxue and the others were delighted while the expression of Xianming and the others turned grim. Because if the 7 of them left the Grand Myriad Mountains with their lives intact, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the 4 of them. because they weren't the monstrous geniuses of the Origin School, and the Origin School wouldn't offend the Grand Qin Empire and the other two sects for the four of them. So, if the seven of them left the Grand Myriad Mountains alive, then the best-case scenario for the four of them would be having their cultivations crippled before being expelled from the Origin School. Xian Ming and the others exchanged glances, and then they nodded. At this moment, all of their thoughts had coincided. In next to no time, Qingxue and the others noticed that something was off, and when they saw the gazes of Xian Ming and the others, they knew that Xian Ming's group intended to silence them. One of the men from Martial Future Academy quickly made a decision. He flipped his wrist before 4 talismans appeared in his hand, and then he flicked with his finger, causing 3 talismans to instantly stick onto the bodies of the other 3 disciples from Martial Future Academy. He said, "We aren't a match for the 4 of them. These are mid-grade Strider talismans. Let's leave quickly." After he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment before he withdrew 2 more Strider talismans and flicked them towards the 2 disciples from Bright Moon sect. After that, he didn't even look back as he ran towards the distance with the other 3 disciples from Martial Future Academy. The Bright Moon sect was the strongest amongst the 3 sects in the 6 great powers, so it would definitely be beneficial to him in the future if he formed a good relationship with these disciples from Bright Moon sect. As for Qingxue, Head completely disregarded her. Was there any point in forming a good relationship with a disciple of the Sword sect? A mid-grade Strider talisman was worth a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Besides Qingxue, the other 6 of them ran towards the entrance of the gorge after they utilized the Strider talisman. Xian Ming had a gloomy expression as he said in a cold voice, "Leave that woman to Jiang Wei." As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew 3 Strider talismans and slapped them on himself and the other 2 by his side before he moved to pursue the 6 of them. As she gazed at Jiang Wei that stood before her, Qingxue tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and her eyes were filled with rage and unwillingness. She knew that she had been constantly disregarded since she joined this small group that was established at the last minute to hunt the Earth Bear King, yet she had never expected that it would be so undisguised this time. Jiang Wei didn't waste his breath at all. His spear shook while his figure flashed, and he stabbed it towards Qingxue. Chapter 101 Instant Karma. Yang Yi didn't wait for Kingsu's life to be hanging on a thread before he swooped down to rescue her. At the exact same moment that Jiang Wei made a move, Yang Yi leaped over as well. After he descended to the ground, he swiftly stomped his right foot on the ground and charged explosively at Jiang Wei. Yang Yi didn't hold back. When he approached Jiang Wei, the sword in his hand left its sheath with a clang, and then he stabbed it at Jiang Wei's back. Head executed a lethal strike as soon as he attacked. Yang Yi wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and Head only struck a lethal strike because he had no other choice. These 4 people before him intended to kill everyone to keep them silent, and he had to save Qingxue. So, there was no room for discussion between both their groups. Since there was no room for discussion, it was best to deal a lethal strike right away. Jiang Wei's expression changed abruptly when he arrived 3 away from Qingxue, and he didn't even hesitate to turn around and stab with his spear. Clang! Yang Yi's wrist spun as the spear that was stabbing towards him, and then he moved along with momentum to execute the technique of stabbing in the basic sword technique and aimed it at Jiang Wei's chest. Jiang Wei's expression changed violently when Yang Yi flicked his spear away because the force Yang Yi exerted was too strong. It was strong to the point the spear in his hand almost escaped his grip. However, before he could recover from this shock he experienced, Yang Yi's sword had already stabbed towards his chest like a cunning venomous snake. Fortunately, Jiang Wei's reaction wasn't slow. He swiftly stomped his right leg onto the ground and relied on the impact from this to leap backward with the intention of avoiding this sword strike. However, right at the moment that Jiang Wei retreated, Yang Yi suddenly executed the Gale Steps technique. His figure charged forward explosively, and a flash of light arose as his sword pierced through Jiang Wei's chest. Jiang Wei looked at the hole in his chest with a slightly blank expression, and his face was covered in disbelief and unwillingness. "I've been killed just like that? I still have so many techniques and trump cards that I haven't utilized." He wanted to see who the person that killed him was, yet he was unable to accomplish that before his consciousness dissipated. Qingxue gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly stunned expression. Her watery eyes had opened wide. This first Heaven Realm expert before me has perished just like that? Yang Yi nodded to Qingxue, and then he looked at the other 6 people who were in intense combat with the disciples from the Origin School. No, it should be corrected to 5 because one of the disciples from Martial Future Academy has already perished in battle. At this moment, those disciples from the Origin School and the other 6 remaining disciples from Bright Moon Sect and Martial Future Academy had stopped fighting, and all of them had looked over towards Yang Yi. The members of Martial Future Academy and Bright Moon Sect were stunned first, and then they revealed delighted expressions because this person who's appeared abruptly was standing on their side. As he gazed at Yang Yi who'd appeared abruptly, Xian Ming's expression was gloomy. Had never imagined that there was someone hiding in the shadows, nor had he imagined that Jiang Wei would be killed by this person in a single exchange. Even though it was a surprise attack, this person's strength still couldn't be underestimated. If this man who'd suddenly made an appearance here were to join forces with the 5 others that remained, then coupled with that woman in the side, it would be a battle of 3 against 7. In this way, he wouldn't be confident in his group's ability to attain success at all. Right at this moment, Yang Yi smiled and said, "All of you continue. I only save those that I know." If those disciples of Martial Future Academy hadn't abandoned Qingxue just now, then he wouldn't mind joining forces with them to deal with the 3 disciples from the Origin School. It was always better to have more friends, and Yang Yi understood this principle. However, after he watched them abandon Qingxue, Yang Yi had abandoned any thoughts of joining forces with them because he didn't dare make such friends. When they heard Yang Yi, the expressions of the disciples from Martial Future Academy and Bright Moon Sect changed, whereas that man who provided the others with Strider talismans earlier said hurriedly, "Junior Sister Qingxue, I was at fault just now. I hope that you'll ask your friend to assist us. Our Martial Future Academy will be deeply grateful for your assistance. Moreover, these 3 disciples from the Origin School are too formidable, and the 2 of you are utterly not a match for them. There's only hope if all of us join forces." Qingxue frowned. Even though she wished for nothing more than to see them die, she had no choice but to admit that his words made sense. So, she thought for a moment before she looked at Yang Yi because she wanted to hear Yang Yi's opinion. When they noticed Qingxue's actions, everyone in the surroundings looked at Yang Yi, and this even included the Earth Bear King. No, it was more precise to say that the Earth Bear King was looking at that violet-colored little fellow on Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Yi understood Qingxue's thought, and he nodded to her to indicate that she didn't have to worry. After that, he looked at that man from Martial Future Academy that spoke just now and said, "If you had such thoughts when you abandoned Qingxue just now, then perhaps we could still join forces. But now, it's too late." Their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale when they heard this, whereas Xian Ming laughed coldly instead. He glanced at Yang Yi before he stopped hesitating, and his figure flashed as he charged towards them. Xian Ming knew that this man who'd suddenly made an appeared was either extremely confident of his own strength or had some sort of trump card, but Xian Ming didn't care. So long as he killed these 5 remaining people, then he was similarly confident in his ability to deal with these last 2 people. As she looked at the few of them who were in an intense battle, Qingxue said in a light voice, "Shouldn't we leave now?" Even though Yang Yi's strength had far exceeded her expectations, but those 3 disciples of the Origin School were extremely formidable. So, once they dealt with those disciples from Bright Moon Sect and Martial Future Academy, it would probably be difficult for her and Yang Yi to deal with the 3 of them. "Leave." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he said, "Qingxue, don't forget that there's still an Earth Bear King behind us. Do you think it would really allow us to leave?" When she heard him, Qingxue finally recalled that there was still a king-ranked Dark Beast waiting behind them. As she gazed at the Earth Bear King that was like the size of a small hill, Qingxue laughed bitterly. Indeed, all of them have really been blinded by their own desire. If everyone worked together to deal with the Earth Bear King, then perhaps there'll still be a chance to survive. But now, Qingxue shook her head as she laughed bitterly. After that, she turned around to look at Yang Yi, and a wisp of a complicated expression flashed in her eyes as she said, "Sorry, I dragged you down into trouble this time." When Yang Yi, who was watching the intense and horrifying battle, heard Qingxue suddenly speak these words, he was first stunned before he smiled and said, "It's fine. I can't just do nothing when you're in trouble, right? As she gazed at Yang Ye's bright smile, Qingxue was slightly dazed. After a short moment, her face flushed red for no reason, and then she lowered her head slightly. A little while later, she raised her head to look at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had already shot his gaze towards the battlefield in the distance. Qingxue had no choice but to admit that Yang Yi was extremely charming. This charm didn't refer to his appearance because if it was in terms of appearance, then Yang Yi could only be considered to be ordinary, and he was quite a distance away from being handsome. The charm she referred to was how ruthless and decisive he was. Perhaps these two qualities weren't considered charming to others, but it was to her. She was born from a prestigious clan, and the darkness in such clans wasn't much different from the imperial palace. Growing up in such an environment allowed her to understand a principle, and that was one couldn't be too hesitant and merciful when making decisions. Even though they hadn't come into contact much since she'd known Yang Yi, she'd deeply experienced Yang Yi's ruthlessness and decisiveness. She couldn't deny that she had a good impression of Yang Yi. Simply speaking, even if a man that possessed strength was ugly in appearance, that man would be charming to some people, and this was even more obvious in the southern territory where the strong were respected. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't aware that the thoughts of this woman by his side were running wild, and he was thinking about what he would do next, because the battle had already arrived at its peak. The 2 disciples from the Bright Moon sect had already perished in battle, and only those 3 disciples from Martial Future Academy remained. On the other hand, not a single one of those 3 disciples from the Origin School had perished, and they'd only suffered a few light injuries. It was obvious that those 3 disciples from Martial Future Academy would meet their end soon, whereas, after they met their end, those 3 disciples of the Origin School would definitely intend to deal with him and Qingxue. Of course, he wasn't afraid of them, and he was thinking about what he should do in order to be able to annihilate the 3 of them. The 3 disciples from the Origin School intended to kill everyone to keep them silent, and he intended to do the same as well. Had killed a member of the Origin School, so if the 3 of them returned to the Origin School, then he would definitely be in trouble. He didn't like having to face a senior after he killed a junior. He liked to put an end to all future troubles. In this world, there were many occasions where there was no right or wrong. In other words, the person with the bigger fist was in the right. Junior sister Qingxue, please lend us a hand. I and the Martial Future Academy will definitely repay you generously. That man on the battlefield who was attacked by Xian Ming to the point of retreating repeatedly shouted towards Yang Yi and Qingxue. At this moment, he and the other disciples of Martial Future Academy had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, and if Qingxue and that mysterious man didn't lend a hand, then they would really perish here today. Qingxue and Yang Yi seemed as if they hadn't heard him at all, and they just watched coldly. What was instant karma? This was exactly it. If he tossed a Strider talisman to Qingxue earlier, then even if Yang Yi didn't lend a hand now, she would definitely lend him a hand. But unfortunately, this man hadn't acted in that way. Qing, that man intended to beg for assistance again. However, right at this moment, his head carried a strand of fresh blood along with it as it shot into the sky, and it caused his voice to stop abruptly. As soon as this man died, the 2 remaining disciples from Martial Future Academy were immediately overwhelmed, and they were instantly killed by the other 2 disciples from the Origin School. After they killed them, Xian Ming and the 2 other disciples behind him looked at Yang Yi and Qingxue. Chapter 102 True Strength. Xian Ming didn't attack directly, and he just gazed coldly at Yang Yi and Qingxue. He wasn't a brainless fellow, and this young man before him didn't seem to be a brainless fellow as well. Since this young man dared to allow him to annihilate those members of Martial Future Academy and Bright Moon Sect, then the young man definitely possessed some sort of trump card. When he thought up to here, a wisp of hesitation flashed in Xian Ming's eyes. After a short while, he took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart before he said, "Let's go." The other 2 disciples by his side were stunned, and one of them was puzzled and asked, "Senior brother, there's only 2 of them. The 3 of us are entirely capable of dealing with them. Why should we leave?" The other disciple frowned and said, "Senior brother Xian Ming, you ought to be clearly aware that if news of this matter were to spread, then the consequences we faced would probably be bad. Xianming shook his head and said in a low voice, I'm unable to see through this person. Since he dared to stand there and watch as we killed those members of Martial Future Academy and Bright Moon Sect, then he definitely has something to rely on. We can't be careless when facing him. Moreover, the Earth Bear King is still there at the side. Even though I don't know why the Earth Bear King isn't attacking us now, can anyone guarantee that it would still sit there quietly while we fought? But the Martial Future Academy, Xianming laughed coldly and said, the members of Bright Moon Sect and Martial Future Academy have already died. As for what happened here, wouldn't the story be at our mercy once we arrive at the outside world? Would everyone believe their sword sect, or would they believe our origin school? It's fine even if they don't believe us, because so long as they don't have any proof, would anyone dare to come to the origin school and denounce us? The other two disciples by Xianming's side thought for a moment before they nodded, and then they gave up completely on dealing with Yang Yi and Qingxue. Xianming glanced deeply at Yang Yi and Qingxue, and then he turned around and led the two others away. Yang Yi and Qingxue were stunned, and then Yang Yi said with an astounded tone, they're leaving just like that? They aren't going to silence us? He was already prepared to let out the two netherwolves to deal with these three people. Even though it would expose the netherwolves, he had no other choice. He truly didn't want to allow these three scourges to leave the Grand Myriad Mountains. However, had never expected that they would just glance at him and Qingxue before turning around and leaving. Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and then she rolled her eyes at Yang Yi. This fellow seems to really hope that they come to kill him. She said, I presume they're afraid of something. It's good that they've left. At least we can avoid fighting them to the death. Yang Yi frowned. He wouldn't allow them to leave because they would probably blame the deaths of those disciples from Bright Moon Sect and Martial Future Academy on him and Qingxue instead. Right when Yang Yi intended to make a move, the ground suddenly trembled. Yang Yi swiftly turned around and noticed the Earth Bear King had suddenly leaped up, and its figure pressed down upon Xianming, and the other's hood already moved over 30 m away. When Xianming's group of three turned around and noticed that the Earth Bear King had launched an attack against them, their expressions turned grim. Never had they imagined that the Earth Bear King would actually launch an attack against them. They didn't have the time to give it any thought before the three of them hurriedly retaliated. All sorts of gorgeous techniques surged out desperately from their bodies. When facing their techniques that possessed extraordinary might, the Earth Bear King merely swung its paw down in a simple manner, and all the techniques instantly dispersed before it. Xianming's expression turned grim when he saw this, and he said with astonishment, Shit, it was concealing its strength just now. It's a Peak King rank dark beast. Let's split up and flee. As soon as he finished speaking, he disregarded the other two disciples by his side, and he executed the Origin School's movement technique and flashed rapidly towards the distance. The reactions of the other two disciples by his side weren't slow as well, and they similarly executed their movement techniques and fled towards different directions at the same time that Xianming fled. Yang Yi's heart sank when he saw this scene because he didn't want the three of them to escape successfully. Yang Yi looked at the Earth Bear King yet noticed that it had no intention to pursue them, and this caused him to frown at once. Right when he was about to make a move, the Earth Bear King raised its front paws up slowly. Under the astounded gazes of Yang Yi and Qingxue, the Earth Bear King suddenly slapped its paws down towards the ground. Bang! An enormous world-shaking bang resounded in the forge. At this moment, the entire earth quaked. The force of this paw strike caused an incomprehensible force to suddenly surge towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi was caught off guard by this force, and the assault of this incomprehensible force caused Yang Yi to feel a wave of dizziness. However, in just an instant, Yang Yi hurriedly executed his sword intent and destroyed that incomprehensible force that assaulted him. After that, Yang Yi turned around to look at Qingxue. At this moment, Qingxue's countenance was ghastly pale while her brows were knit together tightly. She seemed to be enduring some sort of unbearable pain. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to hold Qingxue's hand and pull her close to himself, and then his sword intent spread towards Qingxue through her hand and eliminated that incomprehensible force within her. Qingxue's tightly knit brows relaxed. After a long time, she opened her eyes, and she was slightly muddled. After that, she seemed to have noticed something, and she lowered her head to have a look. When she saw Yang Ye's hand was holding her hand, her face suddenly flushed red while she hurriedly struggled free from his grasp. Yang Ye's heart rested at ease when he saw Qingxue was fine, and then he turned around to look at the Earth Bear King. However, when he saw the scene on the battlefield, Yang Ye's expression instantly became heavy. At this moment, there were 3 corpses lying by the Earth Bear King's side, and those 3 corpses belonged to those 3 disciples from the Origin School. Little fellow, was that technique the Earth Bear King executed just now an innate ability? Yang Yi turned his head over as he asked the violet mink on his shoulder. Even though Yang Yi was slightly puzzled by the violet mink's ability to avoid being affected by that force from before, he was still able to accept it. At any rate, he knew the violet mink was extremely formidable. The violet mink nodded, and then it rubbed Yang Ye's head with its little claws. It seemed as if it was saying, "Don't worry, you have me." Yang Ye's face darkened when he noticed what the violet mink meant, yet his heart felt warm. He patted the little fellow on the head and was just about to say something when the ground suddenly trembled once more. Yang Ye's expression changed, and he turned around to look at the Earth Bear King. Fortunately, the Earth Bear King didn't attack, and it just walked over to Yang Yi and Qingxue. Qingxu's expression changed when she saw the Earth Bear King walk over, and she subconsciously moved closer to Yang Yi. Now, she finally understood how stupid their actions of coming to hunt and kill the Earth Bear King was. They weren't hunting, and they were actually courting death instead. The Earth Bear King disregarded Yang Yi and Qingxue, and its gaze descended onto the violet mink while a wisp of a puzzled and fearful expression flashed in the depths of its eyes. The violet mink followed Yang Ye's instructions and headed over to convey the reason for their arrival to the Earth Bear King. While the violet mink communicated with the Earth Bear King, Yang Yi hurriedly gathered the spatial rings on those corpses. After that, he pulled Qingxue to the side and passed a spatial ring to her before he said, "There are 3,000 energy stones, over 100 medicinal pills of various types, and a few mid-grade talismans within this spatial ring. All of this is sufficient for you to cultivate for a year. Return to the sect now, and don't come to the Grand Myriad Mountains in the future. Even if you do come to the Grand Myriad Mountains, don't enter Death Mountain Range, and tell the others in the Sword Sect to not come here as well. Understand?" Qingxue didn't take the spatial ring from him, and she asked instead, "Are you not going to return with me? Looks like the incident between me and the Sword Sect have been concealed by the higher-ups of the sect. Right? How could the Sword Sect spread the news about such a humiliating incident?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I won't be returning to the sect for now. Leave quickly right now. The Earth Bear King won't make a move against you." Qingxue was stunned. She turned around to look at the violet mink and the Earth Bear King in the distance, and then she seemed to have understood something. She immediately said, "You take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the spatial ring in Yang Ye's hand, and then she turned around and walked towards the entrance of the gorge. After she took a few steps, she stopped once more, and then she turned around and looked at Yang Yi as she said, "Yang Yi, thank you." Once she said this, she didn't stop again, and it wasn't long before she vanished at the entrance of the gorge. Yang Yi laughed soundlessly, and then he turned around and walked over to the Earth Bear King. As he looked at this huge beast before him, Yang Ye's eyes burned with desire. If this fellow is willing to follow by my side, then unless a spirit realm expert makes an appearance, would anyone be able to go against me? However, it's probably very difficult to make this fellow submit to me. This Earth Bear King's strength is truly not just a little bit stronger than the Nether Wolf King. This time, the violet mink didn't utilize the pressure it emanated to deal with the Earth Bear King. In the Grand Myriad Mountains, the strong deserved respect. Even though the Earth Bear King didn't have the qualifications to make the violet mink respect it, it still couldn't treat the Earth Bear King in the same way that it had treated the Nether Wolf King. In next to no time, the Earth Bear King's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then it shook its head after a long time. It seemed to be afraid that the violet mink would misunderstand, so it started to communicate with the violet mink again. Obviously, it was giving the violet mink an explanation. After around an hour passed, the violet mink flashed over to Yang Yi, and then it shrugged and revealed a helpless expression. Yang Yi frowned when he saw this. The little fellow gave up on subduing this big fellow? Logically speaking, this should be impossible. Fortunately, the little fellow quickly started giving him an explanation. Chapter 103: The Earth Bear King's True Strength. After communicating difficultly with the little fellow, Yang Yi finally understood why the little fellow had given up. It really couldn't be helped this time, because even if the little fellow didn't give up, then he would. Because the identity of this Earth Bear King wasn't ordinary at all. The Earth Bear King wasn't a native resident of Death Mountain Range, and it was from the Dark Beast Empire at the center of the Grand Myriad Mountains. There was an enormous empire in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and that empire was filled with dark beasts, while there were no humans there at all. Moreover, the Dark Beast Empire had an extremely complete system. No matter if it was in terms of political affairs or military affairs, the Dark Beast Empire was extremely complete. To put it simply, the Earth Bear King was a soldier sent over by the Dark Beast Empire to guard Death Mountain Range and prevent humans from entering it without permission. If Yang Yi killed the Earth Bear King, then he would suffer the vengeance of the Dark Beast Empire. Yang Yi was unable to endure the consequences of this, and this was the reason why the little fellow had given up. Moreover, if the Earth Bear King followed by Yang Yi's side, then it would be deserting its position, and the punishment was being skinned alive and having its inner core dug out. To put it in an even simpler manner, it was impossible for this peak king rank dark beast to follow by Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi felt that if it wasn't because of the Earth Bear King's identity, then it was very likely for the Earth Bear King to follow by his side. Or to put it more precisely, it was very likely for the Earth Bear King to follow by the little fellow's side. Yang Yi faintly had the feeling that the Earth Bear King was extremely respectful towards the little fellow. This sort of respect was unlike the respect Gray and Silver displayed, which was respect out of fear, and this was true respect that came from the heart. This caused Yang Yi to be even more curious about the little fellow's identity. No matter what, it was impossible for him to subdue this dark beast. However, Yang Yi wasn't really disappointed. It was lucky if he succeeded, and it was fate if he didn't. This was Yang Yi's character. Even though he was unable to subdue the Earth Bear King, it didn't stop Yang Yi from forming a good relationship with it. Of course, the Earth Bear King mainly did it out of consideration for the little fellow. Under Yang Yi's request, the Earth Bear King agreed to fight Yang Yi. However, the contempt in its eyes wasn't really concealed. If it wasn't out of consideration for the violet mink, the expression in the Earth Bear King's eyes would probably not be contempt but disregard instead. Yang Yi didn't mind the Earth Bear King's contempt. He understood the lay of survival in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and only a formidable strength could make the Earth Bear King treat him with respect. Yang Yi and the Earth Bear King's figures could be said to be two extremes. Yang Yi seemed to be truly too tiny before the Earth Bear King's enormous figure. This time, Yang Yi didn't utilize his fist to go head-on against the Earth Bear King, because the Earth Bear King's strength was absolutely not something he could go against. Moreover, there was absolutely no need to do that, as it was even better to use the Earth Bear King to temper his sword technique. The Earth Bear King gazed at Yang Yi yet didn't make a move. It was waiting for Yang Yi to attack. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. The profound energy in his body surged before a strand of golden light suddenly erupted from his sword, and then he slashed his sword towards the Earth Bear King from afar. A strand of golden profound energy emanated a sharp whistle as it tore through the air, and it shot explosively towards the Earth Bear King. A wisp of surprise flashed in the Earth Bear King's eyes when it saw the golden profound energy shoot explosively towards it, and then it raised its paw to block it. Bang! An explosion resounded on the battlefield. The golden profound energy was unable to pierce through the Earth Bear King's paw, yet it pierced open a bloody hole on its paw. The Earth Bear King's gaze became serious when it saw the bloody hole on its paw, and the contempt from before had vanished. When he saw the energy split sword technique was unable to inflict any material harm to the Earth Bear King, Yang Yi took a deep breath before he stopped holding back. His sword intent surged out and enveloped the Earth Bear King. The Earth Bear King's pupils constricted when it sensed Yang Yi's sword intent, and it didn't dare to continue being careless or look down upon Yang Yi at all. The imposing aura within its body surged out like tidewater to resist Yang Yi's sword intent. Yang Yi suddenly stomped with his right foot, and then his figure shot out explosively. He swiftly slashed the sword in his hand at the Earth Bear King, causing a strand of golden sword chi to leave the sword and shoot explosively at the Earth Bear King. It didn't dodge, and it was unable to dodge. Just like how it had dealt with the sword chi from before, it swiftly slapped its enormous paw at Yang Ye's sword chi. Bang! The sword chi dispersed. Yet another bloody hole had appeared on its enormous paw, and that hole was even larger and deeper than the one from before. Yang Yi didn't stop. After he's witnessed the Earth Bear King's strength, he didn't fight the Earth Bear King in close-quartered combat, and he ceaselessly attacked it with strands of sword chi while moving around in the surroundings. Even though the sword chi wasn't unable to cause any material harm to it, it wasn't too bad. After fighting for an hour and beneath the envelopment of his sword intent, those strands of sword chi had already pierced open a few tens of thousands of bloody holes. Before long, the Earth Bear King realized that it couldn't continue putting up a direct resistance against these strands of golden, profound energy that contained terrifying might. It shot its gaze towards Yang Yi, who was in the distance, and then it suddenly slapped with its paw, causing the ground to quake once more. Sure enough, under the effect of the Earth Bear King's innate ability, the strand of sword chi Yang Yi was about to execute stopped slightly while his brows knit together tightly. Right at this moment, the Earth Bear King made precise use of this opportunity and instantly arrived before Yang Yi. And then its paw that was even larger than Yang Yi's body slapped down at Yang Yi like a mountain pressing down onto him. If he was struck by this paw, then even if Yang Yi didn't become a pile of mush, he would definitely be slapped into a meat biscuit. Yang Yi didn't remain dizzy for long, and Head utilized his sword intent to eliminate that force in merely the time for a second breath. However, it was still slightly too late. In merely the time for a single breath, the Earth Bear King's pawn had already arrived above his head. Yang Yi didn't have time to think it through before he returned his sword into its sheath. After that, the profound energy within his body instantly surged before sword intent surged out madly. Right when the paw was only 1.5 m away from Yang Yi, he let out a grim shout while he suddenly stomped the ground with his right foot, and then he shot explosively towards the enormous paw. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword with his right hand. A strand of sword light shot into the sky. Hiss! Yang Yi passed through the paw along with his sword. In the air, Yang Yi's figure spun before he drew his sword once again, and he stabbed it towards the paw that was slapping down towards the ground. The Earth Bear King wailed with rage when Yang Yi pierced through its paw. When it saw Yang Yi stabbing at its paw again, the Earth Bear King didn't dare meet it head-on. It withdrew its paw, and then it forcefully smashed its body towards Yang Yi. After his sword strike missed, Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the Earth Bear King smashing down. He swiftly flicked the tip of his sword towards the ground and relied on the force from the sword chi emanated from his sword to flip his body backward. After that, he slashed in midair at the Earth Bear King that was smashing down towards him. Hiss! The golden sword chi emanated a sharp whistle as it tore through the air and shot explosively towards the Earth Bear King. The Earth Bear King didn't dodge this time, and it allowed the strand of sword chi to blast onto its chest. At the same time that the sword chi blasted onto its chest, it had arrived in front of Yang Yi as well. After that, its enormous figure smashed down towards Yang Yi in the most barbaric way. Yang Yi wanted to dodge, yet he was unable to do so. Head never expected the Earth Bear King to willingly endure an attack from him in order to strike a blow against him, so he was utterly unable to avoid this collision. Bang! An enormous bang resounded. Yang Yi transformed into a black ray of light that was blasted away. Bang! After flying over 100 m away, his figure sank directly into the wall of a mountain. When it witnessed this scene, the violet mink's expression changed, and a violet glow flashed into appearance onto its body. Right at this moment, it seemed to have noticed something, and the violet light that erupted onto its body gradually surged back into its body. The Earth Bear King instantly heaved a sigh of relief in its heart upon witnessing this scene. Earlier, having its paw pierced through by a single strike from Yang Yi had caused it to be infuriated, so it didn't hold back in the battle after that moment, and every single move it utilized was lethal. When it recalled what it had done, it couldn't help but feel slightly guilty because it had promised that violet-colored little fellow that it would hold back. Yet now, that human had been slapped to death by it. Fortunately, the mysterious violet-colored little fellow didn't seem like it intends to make me pay with my life. Right at this moment, a bang suddenly resounded from the mountain wall in the distance. The Earth Bear King looked over, and he saw a human head emerge from a hole in the mountain wall. When it saw this human head, the Earth Bear King's eyes instantly opened wide. That human is still alive? Yang Yi had naturally not died, but he was on the verge of it. Only now did he notice that Head still underestimated the Earth Bear King's strength, and its strength was simply more than a few times stronger than the Netherwolf King. Presently, it felt like all the bones in his body had fallen apart while his internal organs were turning about like a raging ocean. If that over 10 deep hole his body blasted open wasn't too suffocating, he would rather stay in there. Because every single movement he made caused him to suffer excruciating pain. It could be said that this collision with the Peak King rank Earth Bear King had caused him to fully lose his ability to fight. Chapter 104 Spoils, Assassin, Departure. After lying on the ground for a day and a night, even though the injuries on Yang Yi's body hadn't been completely healed under the regenerative effects of the golden profound energy, he was still able to move. Yang Yi found out from the little fellow's claws that this Earth Bear King wasn't a Peak King rank dark beast at all, and it was an existence that was halfway into the spirit rank. This caused the depressed feelings Yang Yi had to ease up quite a bit, because it was still slightly embarrassing to have lost his ability to fight from suffering a single knock from a king rank dark beast. During this period that he was recuperating in the Earth Bear King's territory, Yang Yi could be considered to have experienced what racial discrimination was like. Because when compared to the treatment the little fellow received, the treatment he received was at another extreme. The Earth Bear King's treatment towards the little fellow simply caused Yang Yi to feel admiration and envy. Profound rank spirit herbs, profound rank spirit fruits, and all sorts of natural treasures that Yang Yi didn't recognize. In short, every single thing the Earth Bear King served the little fellow wasn't trash. On the other hand, the Earth Bear King merely served him a few unknown fruits, and they were even those that were unranked. This caused Yang Yi to feel slightly depressed. Fortunately, the little fellow placed all the profound rank spirit herbs and spirit fruits the Earth Bear King gave it into his tiny vortex. In other words, all of it could be considered to be his now. As he gazed at the pile of spirit herbs and spirit fruits in his vortex dantian, Yang Yi was still shocked even with his wealth and outlook on things. In this day of time, the Earth Bear King had given the little fellow around 50 spirit herbs of various types and over 100 unknown spirit fruits. Moreover, all of these things were at the profound rank, and it was even to the extent that some were at the peak of the profound rank. Besides what the Earth Bear King gave the little fellow, Yang Yi had obtained another amount of unexpected wealth, and this wealth came in the form of the spatial rings that belonged to those disciples from the Origin School, Martial Future Academy, and Bright Moon Sect. Their status in their respective sects was clearly not high, and the total energy stones they possessed only amounted to a little over 3,000 in number. Perhaps energy stones were extremely rare to others, but they weren't really important to Yang Yi, because there were almost 40,000 energy stones within his spatial ring. So, had casually given all their energy stones to Qingxue on that day. Besides energy stones, Yang Yi had obtained 3 techniques and 6 dark treasures from within their spatial rings. Amongst the 3 techniques, one was at the profound rank, and the other 2 were at the peak of the yellow rank. Yang Yi had merely taken a glance at the 2 yellow rank techniques before he placed them aside. Presently, techniques below the profound rank were beneath his notice. The profound rank technique was a palm technique, and it was called Heaven Split Palm. Had obtained it from Xian Ming's spatial ring. In terms of its might, this technique wasn't inferior to his sword Qi finger. However, Yang Yi didn't choose to cultivate it. There were 2 reasons behind this decision of his. The first was because of the overlord of the Southern Territory, the Origin School. He had no choice but to fear it. If he cultivated this technique, then he would definitely face all sorts of trouble if the Origin School found out in the future. Moreover, this technique wasn't really important to him as well. The The second reason was that he didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. Presently, had already cultivated quite a few techniques. But besides the basic sword technique and reactive strike, the others couldn't even be considered to have been attained to the initial stage. So, he truly didn't have the time to cultivate other techniques. Even though he was unable to cultivate these techniques, and those techniques he obtained from Bloodhand on that day, he could still sell them. Their quality wasn't low at all, so it would be extremely easy to sell them for a good price. As for the treasures, Yang Yi had taken a liking to a pair of low-grade profound rank shoes. The shoes were blackish blue in color, and the difference between these shoes and other shoes was that they had a pair of tiny white wings behind them. These tiny white wings were pure white and graceful like the feathers of some sort of bird. When Yang Yi wore these shoes and poured his profound energy into them, he was unable to maintain his calm any longer. Because these shoes actually improved speed and jumping ability. Especially in terms of speed, after he wore the shoes and executed the Gale Steps technique, Yang Yi himself was shocked by his own speed. His speed had almost doubled. However, its consumption of profound energy was too terrifying. Yang Yi had only executed the Gale Steps technique once, yet it had exhausted a quarter of his profound energy. After all, he was usually able to execute the Gale Steps technique consecutively by a few tens of times, yet it wouldn't affect him at all. But now, if he intended to utilize the shoes to amplify his speed, then he could only execute it 4 times. Even though its consumption of profound energy was huge, its effects were greater. Of course, these shoes could only be utilized at the critical moment. Besides these shoes, Yang Yi didn't take a liking to any of the other 5 treasures, and he tossed them into his spatial ring and intended to sell them in the future. After he rested for another day, and his injury had healed completely, Yang Yi intended to leave with the little fellow. When they left, the Earth Bear King gave another large number of things to the Violet Mink, and it caused Yang Yi to beam from ear to ear. He couldn't help but think in his heart, if I'm poor in the future, then I definitely have to bring to the little fellow along to rob the king-rank dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Even though he wasn't able to subdue the Earth Bear King, Yang Yi's gains this time were pretty great. Besides material gains, his strength had improved greatly as well. The battle with the Earth Bear King allowed him to obtain quite a great deal of comprehensions. Moreover, since he experienced that battle, he had the indistinct feeling that he was on the verge of breaking through. He was at the peak of the 9th rank in the mortal realm, and another breakthrough would allow him to arrive at the 1st heaven realm. If he attained the 1st heaven realm, then his strength would obtain a tremendous qualitative improvement. The 1st heaven realm? How I look forward to attaining it. Yang Yi smiled. Right at this moment, a strand of violet light suddenly erupted from the body of the violet mink that stood on his shoulder, and then it pointed its little claw towards an enormous tree that was over 30 m away on the right. This was the signal for danger. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he didn't give it any thought before he drew his sword and slashed towards that tree. A strand of sword chi tore through the air, and it instantly struck that tree. Rumbling resounded as the tree exploded into pieces. At the same time, a black figure moved swiftly like a bolt of lightning as it assaulted Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this black figure, and when the black figure arrived 1.5 away from him, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword. Clang! The clear and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded in the surroundings. The sword in the black figure's hand was only half an inch away from Yang Yi's throat, whereas Yang Yi's sword had already pierced the black clothes before him. However, it didn't penetrate through and had been obstructed by something. The black figure's expression changed and didn't hesitate to stomp the group with her right foot to leap backward. After that, the black figure vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision within the time of 2 breaths. Immediate retreat after failure. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and didn't give chase. That black figure's speed far exceeded his own, so he was utterly unable to catch up. But who exactly intends to kill me? That black figure was obviously an assassin, and assassins wouldn't come for me for no reason. So, there is only one explanation. This assassin was been hired by someone. But I only have a few enemies, and all of them are able to kill me. So, who exactly did it? In next to no time, Yang Yi thought of 2 people, Or to put it in a more precise manner, it was two powers: the Flower Palace and the Sword Sect, because had only come into conflict with these two powers. However, Yang Yi was slightly bewildered, because logically speaking, with the strength possessed by these two powers, there was utterly no need for them to hire assassins to kill him. But if it wasn't these two powers, then who could it be? After a long time, Yang Yi suppressed the questions in his heart. He looked at the direction the black figure fled towards, and he said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, I was unable to restrain that assassin with a single strike of the sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to guess like this. But this person's concealment technique is truly extraordinary. I was actually unable to notice anything unusual while that assassin was so close to me. If it wasn't for the little fellow, if that assassin attacked when I passed by that tree, then I would probably have really lost my life here." When he thought up to here, Yang Yi turned his head and rubbed it against the little fellow, and then he said, "Thank you. I would have been in danger if it wasn't for you." The violet mink blinked its eyes, and then it rubbed Yang Yi's face with its little head. "If you notice that assassin next time, then don't emanate a violet glow. Tell me secretly instead. Understand?" said Yang Yi. Earlier, when the little fellow told him that there was danger, Head instinctively reacted by drawing his sword and slashing without giving it any thought, and it caused him to alarm the assassin in advance. If he didn't alarm the assassin and attacked after getting close to the assassin, then it would be utterly impossible for the assassin to have fled. Yang Yi was extremely confident in being able to accomplish this, just like how he dared to allow the assassin to get close to him before he drew his sword earlier. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave the assassin alive, so he didn't utilize his sword intent and golden profound energy. But Head never expected that the assassin would actually be wearing an armor. However, he still had a chance. Yang Yi had the feeling that the assassin would come looking for him again. If he didn't have the little fellow by his side, then the assassin's ability in concealment would give Yang Yi an extreme headache. However, since he had the little fellow by his side, anything within an area of 60 m around him would be noticed by him. With the little fellow by his side, he could convert the situation he was in from being out in the open to be concealed instead, and the assassin would be exposed from the assassin's hidden state instead. Yang Yi left Death Mountain Range, and he walked towards the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains. For the sake of drawing that assassin out, Yang Yi didn't summon the two Nether Wolf Kings, and he just asked the little fellow to stay on his shoulder. Chapter 105: Human Cavalry. 3 days later, Yang Yi finally walked out of Death Mountain Range, and he arrived at a plain. Yes, a plain, and this plain was extremely vast and seemingly boundless. Yang Yi didn't know what this plain was because the map Manzi gave him only had the areas outside Death Mountain Range recorded on it. It could be said that since he stepped foot onto this plain, everything before him was the unknown, and this included the distribution of dark beasts. During these 3 days of time, Yang Yi had encountered some king-rank dark beasts around Death Mountain Range, but Yang Yi didn't subdue them because the violet mink didn't think they were good enough. After the violet mink gave him an explanation, Yang Yi understood why it thought they weren't good enough. It was because their bloodlines were inferior. Yes, the importance of bloodlines amongst dark beasts was equal to the importance of natural talent amongst humans. An inferior bloodline represented that the dark beast's accomplishments were limited. Since its accomplishments were limited, then it was better to not nurture them. After all, Yang Yi hoped the king-rank dark beasts he subdued were able to become stronger and stronger, and not forever remain as king-rank dark beasts. So, Yang Yi came to this place, and his objective was naturally to find king-rank dark beasts that had potential. As he gazed at the expanse of green that lay before him, a wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He seemed to have thought of something, and he turned around and glanced at the dense forest behind him while he said in a light voice, "I wonder if you have the courage to follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay here any longer, and he flashed ahead. During these 3 days of time, that assassin had never made another appearance. But his instincts told him that the assassin hadn't left the Grand Myriad Mountains at all and was watching him from the shadows. Perhaps The assassin hadn't made a move against him during these 3 days of time because that assassin had been unable to find the right opportunity. Now, he was about to enter the mysterious and dangerous depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains. So would that assassin dare to follow him in here or not? Right when Yang Yi turned around and flashed off, a black figure walked out from within a tree. The black figure glanced at the direction Yang Yi left at, and then it didn't hesitate to flash off in Yang Yi's direction. If someone was here, that person would notice that the black figure was extremely strange, because the black figure's body was flickering. It wasn't teleporting, but the black figure's body would vanish for a moment every time it moved 3 m in distance, and when it appeared once more, it would already be over 10 m away. For the sake of drawing the assassin out, Yang Yi didn't summon Gray, so his speed was naturally much slower, and he was still on this plane after he traveled for a few hours. After traveling for another 2 hours, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and frowned. He noticed that there was something off about this plane, because all along the way until now, he hadn't noticed a single dark beast on this plane, and it was even to the extent that he hadn't noticed a low-rank dark beast. Normally, there were only 2 explanations for such a situation. The first was that there was something that terrified the dark beasts on the plane, and the second was that the plane was a dark beast or the territory of a species, just like the Death Mountain range that belonged to the Earth Bear King. But unlike the situation there, the king-ranked dark beast or species here forbade other dark beasts from stepping foot into their territory. Yang Yi leaned towards the second possibility. How terrifying would the strength possessed by a king-ranked dark beast or species that was able to cause other dark beasts to fear to enter this plane be? It would definitely not be inferior to the Earth Bear King. It was fine if it was only a single dark beast, but what if this king-ranked dark beast wasn't all alone like the Earth Bear King and had a large group of lackeys? Little fellow, what sort of dark beast doesn't have to fear you? Yang Yi turned his head around as he asked the violet mink that sat on his shoulder. He had to ask this question, otherwise, he would lack confidence in his heart. The violet mink blinked, thought for a moment, and then it pointed its little claw towards the sky before pointing it to the ground. In the end, it stretched out a single paw. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he saw this, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva before he said, "You're saying that only 5 types of dark beasts in the heavens and the earth don't have to fear you?" The violet mink nodded. "So, in that way, besides those 5 types of dark beasts, there are no other dark beasts that you can't deal with? Right, I mean those that aren't of too high ranks." The violet mink thought for a moment and felt that it hadn't left anything out, so it nodded again. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he said in an extremely serious manner, "Little fellow, don't start boasting with me, otherwise, if I offend an extremely formidable dark beast, then the both of us will be doomed." The violet mink was extremely displeased by Yang Yi's doubt, and it clawed fiercely at Yang Yi's hair. Yang Yi rubbed the violet mink's little head, then he didn't continue speaking about this topic, and he started walking forward instead. Now, he was much more confident in his heart. At this moment, besides feeling confident, Yang Yi was extremely shocked. Only 5 types of dark beasts in the entire heavens, and the earth had to fear the little fellow. What did that mean? Just thinking about it terrified Yang Yi. In short, no matter what, had found a treasure this time. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped moving and turned around to look into the distance. In his field of vision, a group of 100 cavalries had appeared. Yang Yi was astounded when he saw these cavalries because they were obviously human, and they were actually riding 4th-ranked dark beasts, windbreaker horses. Windbreaker horses were 4th-ranked dark beasts that didn't possess any combat strength, yet their speeds were extremely swift. According to rumor, a top-grade windbreaker horse could tear wind apart at its top speed. In the entire Southern Territory, only a single power possessed windbreaker horses, and it was the Grand Qin Empire. It wasn't that the other powers were unable to utilize them, but they had no need of them. However, Yang Yi was puzzled about why this group of cavalries from the Grand Qin Empire would make an appearance in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, these over 100 cavalries had already arrived near Yang Yi. When the golden-armored middle-aged man in the lead saw Yang Yi, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. It wasn't just him, The silver-armored cavalries behind the middle-aged man had faces covered in vigilant expressions as well. When he saw this group up close, Yang Yi was visibly moved. Every single one of these cavalries was experts at the first heaven realm, and the cultivation of the golden-armored middle-aged man in the lead was even unfathomable. Moreover, the imposing aura of this group of cavalries was obviously tempered through a myriad of battles. Why would such a group come to the Grand Myriad Mountains? Yang Yi felt even more bewildered. The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at Yang Yi with vigilance, and a wisp of surprise flashed in his eyes when he noticed Yang Yi's strength. However, he quickly recovered his calm. Moreover, he had no intention of greeting Yang Yi, and he just led the group to swiftly gallop forward. The disciples of the sects frequently came to the Grand Myriad Mountains to temper themselves, so it wasn't rare for a person to appear here. Yang Yi had no intention of greeting them as well. It was fine so long as this group didn't come looking for trouble with him, because he wouldn't go looking for trouble himself. However, he still glanced at the carriage at the center of the group with slight curiosity. It was obvious that this group was escorting this carriage because these cavalries had practically formed a few layers around it. If anyone intended to launch a surprise attack or approach the carriage, then they had to pass through these cavalries first. Rumble. Right when the group passed Yang Yi, the ground trembled while rumbling that was even more terrifying that the sounds of the horse hooves suddenly resounded from the surroundings. The expression of the middle-aged man in the lead changed, but he didn't panic. He raised the golden spear in his hand and shouted, "An enemy attack! Get into formation!" As soon as he finished speaking, these cavalries swiftly converged backward and formed numerous layers of protection around the carriage. After that, their profound energy surged while they revealed vigilant expressions. Yang Yi said in his heart, "Shit." He wanted to flee immediately. But right after he took his first step, countless dark beasts surged out from the surroundings. These dark beasts swiftly formed an encirclement around Yang Yi and this group of cavalries. Moreover, the impetus they revealed could simply be described as terrifying. Yang Yi merely swept these dark beasts with his gaze before his expression became solemn. These dark beasts had enormous figures, and every single one of them wasn't inferior in size to Gray. Most importantly, all of these dark beasts were actually at the 8th rank and the 9th rank, and there wasn't a single dark beast beneath the 8th rank. It's the Flameroar Lion clan. Withdraw your talismans. When he saw these dark beasts, the middle-aged man in the lead shouted with a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, those 100 cavalries didn't hesitate at all to withdraw a talisman from their pockets, and then they slapped these talismans on their bodies. Yang Yi noticed that they were strength talismans, and they were all at the mid-grade. Of course, he didn't have the mood to care about how wealthy this group was, and he was thinking about how he should flee. The few thousands of dark beasts only stopped after they arrived a little over 30 m away from Yang Yi and the others, and then they roared towards Yang Yi and the others. Right at this moment, the dark beasts before Yang Yi and the others suddenly split towards the sides, and then a curly-bearded man walked out from there. Chapter 106 Chaotic Battle. Yang Yi was first stunned when he saw this curly-bearded man, but when he saw the curly-bearded man's face that was covered in fur, Yang Yi's expression became extremely heavy, because this curly-bearded man before him was a spirit-rank dark beast that was already capable of taking human form. As he gazed at the curly-bearded man and the dense expanse of Flameroar lions in the surroundings, Yang Yi could only hope that the little fellow wasn't bragging just now. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would become the flesh in their mouths today. It wasn't just Yang Yi, and the expression of the middle-aged man in golden armor became solemn as well when he saw the curly-bearded man make an appearance. It was publicly acknowledged that dark beasts were stronger than humans. The cultivations of king-rank dark beasts were on par with human first heaven realm experts, yet their strength could go against human king realm experts. On the other hand, spirit-rank dark beasts didn't possess equivalent cultivations to king realm experts, and they possessed cultivations on par with spirit realm experts instead. It was only from the spirit realm that the gap between humans and dark beasts was drawn closer together. The middle-aged man in golden armor took a deep breath, and then a terrifying, imposing aura surged out explosively from his body, whereas a pair of wings condensed into form from profound energy gradually arose behind him. With a light flap of these wings, the middle-aged man's body instantly flew up into the air, and then he slowly descended before the curly-bearded man, forming wings with profound energy, the sign of a spirit realm expert. Yang Ye's heart shook as he gazed at the pair of wings behind the middle-aged man, and then he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Since there was a spirit realm expert present here, then so long as the middle-aged man kept the spirit rank dark beast occupied, it wouldn't be too difficult for Yang Yi to flee. I'm under the Emperor's orders to escort Her Highness, the Princess, to the beast capital to be betrothed to the prince of your empire. The middle-aged man in golden armor gazed at the curly-bearded man as he spoke in a low voice. To be betrothed? A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of the curly-bearded man's mouth, and he said, "There's no need for that. Go back from whence you came. Besides that, take a message back to that prince of yours. Ask him not to dream of interfering in the matters of my dark beast empire. Otherwise, a myriad of cavalry might ride out from the Grand Myriad Mountains one day and crush your Grand Qin empire." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, "Do you know the consequences of obstructing our empires from being united by marriage?" "The consequences?" The curly-bearded man laughed with disdain, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the ground in an area of almost 30 m to directly collapse. "I'll give you one last chance. Lead your men away and fuck off from the Grand Myriad Mountains. Otherwise, today will be the day all of you die." As soon as he finished speaking, all the flame-roar lions in the surroundings started howling, and it seemed like so long as the middle-aged man in golden armor showed any signs of refusal, then they would immediately charge forward and tear him into pieces. The violet mink on Yang Ye's shoulder was slightly displeased when it saw the group of flame-roar lions and that curly-bearded man act so arrogantly. It was just about to leap forward and teach these ignorant fellows a lesson when Yang Yi hurriedly embraced the violet mink and said, "Little fellow, calm yourself for now. It still isn't the time for us to act yet." Yang Yi didn't dare allow the little fellow to demonstrate its might because the members of the Grand Qin Empire's imperial household were still in the vicinity, and he didn't want the little fellow to be exposed before the eyes of the Grand Qin Empire. Moreover, whether the little fellow could terrify that spirit-rank dark beast was unknown. It would be fine if the little fellow succeeded, but what if the little fellow failed? A cold glow flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he glanced coldly at the curly-bearded man. After that, he turned around and walked towards the carriage. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at Yang Yi, and he was immediately stunned when he saw that there wasn't a trace of fear on Yang Ye's face. A wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes as he said, "Young brother, your sword never leaves your hand. Are you a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi was stunned because had never expected that this spirit realm expert would actually greet him, and he immediately shook his head and said, "No." The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he heard Yang Ye's reply, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded before he walked to the carriage, and then he repeated what the curly-bearded man had said. After a long time, a chilly female voice sounded out from within the carriage. "Since they don't welcome me, then why should I try to give myself to them? Return to the empire." The middle-aged man frowned. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "Your Highness, how would we give His Majesty an explanation if we return just like this?" "An explanation?" Cold laughter sounded out from within the carriage. "Since it's like that, then deal with these dark beasts before us, then wouldn't we be able to head to the beast capital?" The middle-aged man laughed bitterly and said, "Your Highness, they outnumber us by over 50 to 1. And there's even a spirit-rank dark beast amongst them. So, how would we defeat them? Since you don't want to return to the empire, nor do you want to deal with these dark beasts, then what do you want to do?" The voice that came from within the carriage carried a trace of impatience and anger. "I intend to ask your Highness to utilize a transmission talisman and notify His Majesty, the Leopard Emperor, in the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and ask him to dispatch forces to assist us," said the middle-aged man. "You have a top-grade transmission talisman?" The bitter expression on the middle-aged man's face grew denser when he heard this, and he knew that the person within the carriage didn't want to head to the beast capital. So, he immediately stopped wasting his breath, and he bowed towards the carriage before he turned around and walked towards the curly-bearded man. Even though he would be punished if he returned now, it was better than perishing here. So, Head made his decision. Right when he intended to give the command to return to the Empire, a black hawk dove down from the sky and descended before the curly-bearded man. After a short moment, the curly-bearded man turned around and looked at the group from the Grand Sheen Empire, and a wisp of a savage expression flashed through his eyes as he said, "I gave all of you a chance to leave, yet you didn't cherish it. Now, all of you can't leave even if you want to. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of lions that were thirsty for blood and were on the verge of being unable to restrain themselves since a long time ago howled, and then they pounced madly towards the group of cavalries at the center. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Protect Her Highness." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward while the spear in his hand swept swiftly towards a few tins of flame roar lions that were right at the front of the group. Bang! A silver glow shot out violently, and then the few tins of flame roar lions at the front were instantly slashed into pieces. At the same time, the 100 cavalries that protected the carriage held spears in their hands as well, and they simultaneously swung the spears in their hands towards the dark beasts that were pouncing at them. In an instant, a chaotic battle began. "Your opponent is me." An explosive shout resounded. The curly-bearded man appeared once more before the middle-aged man in golden armor, and then he smashed his fist down. When he saw the two of them enter into battle, Yang Yi, who was avoiding the lions at the side, was delighted, and then he didn't give it another moment of thought before he ran towards the north. He didn't want to get involved in the enmity between the Grand Sheen Empire and the Dark Beast Empire. As for saving them, what a joke. He should think about saving himself first. However, right at this moment, a 9th-rank flame roar lion suddenly obstructed Yang Yi's path, and then it opened its mouth and pounced at Yang Yi. "Fuck off!" Yang Yi shouted furiously as he leaped forward, and then he drew his sword and swung it towards the lion's neck. Hiss! The terrifying physical body of the flame roar lion was like a piece of rotten wood before Yang Yi's sword, and his sword didn't meet any obstruction as it pierced through the 9th-rank dark beast's neck before tossing a lion head into the air. But Yang Yi's pupils suddenly constricted when he descended to the ground, and then he didn't even give it any thought before turning around and drawing his sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. A black-clothed figure had suddenly appeared at the empty space behind him, and Yang Yi's sword that was swift like a flash of light had been stopped by the dagger in the black-clothed figure's hand and was unable to move forward at all. As he gazed at this black-clothed figure whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly, killing intent flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. He shouted fiercely, and then the golden, profound energy within his body poured into his sword before he suddenly pressed his sword down. Clang! The dagger broke into two, and then Yang Yi's sword descended and directly penetrated through from the black figure's head. However, not a single drop of blood flowed. The black-clothed figure's body gradually grew thinner before it directly vanished into thin air. Yang Yi looked towards the distance, and he had a solemn expression as he said in a low voice, "What a strange movement technique and what swift speed." At the moment he slashed apart the dagger in the black-clothed figure's hand, he sensed that the black-clothed figure had already retreated, whereas his sword had merely slashed through the after-image that was left behind. It wasn't that he didn't desire to pursue the black-clothed figure. However, unfortunately, he was unable to catch up even if he utilized his shoes because that black-clothed figure's movement technique wasn't just strange, it was terrifyingly swift as well. Yang Yi took a deep breath and intended to leave. Yet right at this moment, 5 9th-rank flame roar lions surrounded him. A cold glow flashed in Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the approaching flame roar lions. Had originally intended to leave directly, yet it just so happened that these dark beasts kept insisting on obstructing his path. Since it's like this. Chapter 107 I Refuse to Let Go of You. In an instant, golden sword chi swept through the surroundings. All the flame roar lions struck by this golden sword chi either lost their lives or were heavily injured and lost their ability to do battle. After he dealt with the 5 flame roar lions before him, Yang Yi didn't dare stay any longer, and he turned around and flashed towards the distance, because Head noticed that even more flame roar lions were charging towards him. For the sake of quickly escaping the encirclement of the flame roar lions, Yang Yi didn't hold back at all. So, all the lions that obstructed his path were mercilessly slaughtered by his golden sword chi. It was exactly because of this that a strange scene occurred here. Everywhere Yang Yi passed, gold sword chi swept through the surroundings, and the corpses of lions covered the ground. Yang Yi's sword chi was actually unable to instantly annihilate these 9th-rank dark beasts, but for the sake of charging out of the encirclement as soon as possible, Yang Yi hadn't hesitated to utilize a high-grade strength talisman on himself. With the boost provided by the strength talisman and his own golden profound energy, then not to mention a 9th-rank dark beast, even the body of a king-rank dark beast would be easily penetrated by his attacks. When those flame roar lions that intended to charge at Yang Yi noticed Yang Yi's all-powerful and imposing aura, they revealed dense fear in their eyes, and they didn't dare to charge fearlessly over towards Yang Yi like the lions before them had. This was precisely the effect Yang Yi was striving to achieve. The profound energy within his body poured into his shoes, and Yang Yi executed the Gale Steps technique while drawing his sword to deal with the last few dark beasts that obstructed his path. Hiss! The few flame roar lions in the lead were instantly slashed into 2, and Yang Yi's speed didn't reduce at all as he swiftly charged out of the encirclement and flashed swiftly towards the distance. On the other hand, right at this moment, a figure followed closely behind him and charged out of the encirclement as well. After that figure stopped for a moment before dashing swiftly towards the direction Yang Yi left towards. "Don't let that woman go. Her Highness, protect Her Highness." Right at the moment that figure charged out of the encirclement, the curly-bearded man and the middle-aged man who were in intense combat had stopped, and then they gave orders to their respective subordinates. No matter if it was the middle-aged man or the curly-bearded man, both of their expressions were extremely unsightly. The curly-bearded man's expression changed because his superiors had ordered him to deal with that human woman, and if that woman fled or arrived at the beast capital, then the consequences that await him would be extremely horrifying. On the other hand, the middle-aged man was in the same boat. No matter if that princess died at the hands of dark beasts or fled, then consequences weren't something that a tiny imperial army captain like him could bear. So, both of them acted in an extremely tacit manner and stopped their battle. On the other hand, after they heard the orders given out by the curly-bearded man and middle-aged man, the dark beasts and human cavalries stopped fighting as well. After that, they gave pursuit in the direction of Yang Yi and the woman as if they'd agreed upon it a long time ago. That woman was the most important to both their sides, otherwise, it would be meaningless even if they annihilated all the forces of the other side. After he charged out of the encirclement, Yang Yi ran for another 15 minutes. However, right when he was about to summon Gray, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and it caused him to frown before he turned around and looked behind him. He saw a woman was rushing over swiftly towards him from over 30 m away. Yang Yi tightened the grip on his sword when he saw this woman. The woman stopped 3 m away from Yang Yi, and then she blinked her eyes and said, "Why aren't you running anymore?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He disregarded the woman's words, and he sized her up instead. The woman was around 30 years old, wore silver leather armor, had willow-shaped brows, oval eyes, red lips, and white teeth. Her silver leather armor wrapped tightly around her well-developed and exquisite figure, and it completely drew out her curves, causing others to be able to sense its tempting softness without even touching it. The most conspicuous part of her was the woman's chest. The 2 plump mountains before her chest were simply large to a terrifying degree, and the silver-colored leather armor there seemed to be unable to endure the pressure from them and had already been severely distorted. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he said in a deep voice, "Why you follow me?" A strand of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze merely stayed on her body for merely a few breaths of time. When she heard Yang Yi's question, She immediately smiled in a charming manner and said, "Little brother, you better not tell big sister then this place belongs to you." Little brother? Yang Yes' face darkened. Right when he intended to say something, he seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly gazed towards the area behind the woman. Numerous cavalries were galloping swiftly from 300 m away, and a dense expanse of dark beasts was following behind the cavalries. Moreover, those dark beasts were exactly the flame roar lions from before. Yang Yes' expression changed. He didn't waste his breath any longer, nor did he pay any attention to the woman, and he turned around and flashed towards the distance. The woman frowned when she saw the cavalries and dark beasts that were in pursuit, and then she didn't give it another moment of thought before she ran in Yang Yes' direction. After dashing for around an hour, not only had the cavalries and dark beasts behind not vanished, they'd even grown steadily in number. Moreover, numerous flying dark beasts had even appeared in the sky above. In the beginning, Yang Yi thought that it was only a coincidence that they'd appeared in the sky, but now it would seem like it wasn't a coincidence at all, and they were under orders. Why are they chasing after me? In next to no time, Yang Yi seemed to have come to an understanding. He slowed down, and as soon as he did, the woman that was following closely behind him caught up immediately. The woman revealed an amiable smile to Yang Yi and ran as she said, "Why have you slowed down? Were you waiting for big sister? Are those people chasing after you?" Yang Yi asked in a deep voice. The woman blinked, and then she revealed a smile as she said, "It seems to be the case." Yang Yes' face sank, and he said, "There's no enmity between the two of us, so why are you bringing calamity to me? Carry out a good deed and run towards the other direction. All right?" The woman restrained her smile when she heard this, and then she revealed a pitiful expression as she said, "Little brother, can you truly bear to see big sister fall into the hands of those dark beasts? Just think about it. If big sister falls into their hands, then how horrifying would the consequences I face be? Why would I be unable to bear it?" Yang Yes' expression turned cold as he said, "Don't use those tricks against me. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you don't leave." The woman glanced at Yang Yi with a sad expression, and then she said in a light voice, "Little brother, are you really so heartless?" She seemed as if Yang Yi was a man that abandoned his wife, and it caused a chill to run down Yang Yi's spine. Yang Yi didn't attack. It wasn't because he was compassionate towards a woman, and it was because he wasn't able to. Because this woman before him was at least at the king realm. Not to mention whether he could defeat an expert at the king realm. Most importantly, there were two groups of forces behind them. So long as he entered into battle with the woman, then those forces would catch up immediately. So, Yang Yi was extremely troubled at this moment. After a long time, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "You are at the king realm, and your strength far exceeds my own. You'd have a greater chance of escaping if you fled by yourself, so why do you follow me?" "My strength far exceeds yours?" The woman smiled, and then she glanced at Yang Yi with deep meaning in her eyes. She said, "Little brother, that doesn't sound right. Earlier, big sister saw you instantly annihilate 5 dark beasts. Moreover, the surprise attack of that first Heaven Realm expert wasn't just noticed by you, that expert was even forced back by you. Even though big sister is at the king realm, big sister doesn't dare say that big sister is absolutely able to overcome your strength. Moreover, that little fellow on your shoulder isn't an ordinary dark beast, right?" Yang Yes' expression changed. Had never expected that the woman had actually noticed him earlier. After a short while, he said in a low voice, "You're that person in the carriage? You only figured it out now?" The woman smiled as she said, "Little brother, you aren't too stupid, huh?" Yang Yi continued, "You're a member of the imperial household?" The woman blinked and said with a smile, "What do you think?" The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched, and then he said, "Do you not have anything better to do?" The woman restrained her smile, and with a flip of her wrist, over 10 talismans appeared in her hand. She said with a serious expression, "Little brother, even though big sister doesn't know what trump cards you possess, but when I saw you act with such composure while encircled by those dark beasts, big sister knew that you would definitely have a way to escape. So long as you bring me out of this place, then these 10 mid-grade talismans are yours, all right?" As he gazed at the 10 talismans in the woman's hand, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle as he said, Is your imperial household that poor? The woman frowned. She hesitated for a moment before she flipped her wrist once more, and then another 10 talismans appeared in her hand. She said, 20 mid-grade talismans? Big sister doesn't have any more than that. Yang Yi flipped his wrist, and over 10 high-grade talismans appeared in his hand. After that, he waved it at the woman and said, firstly, I'm not interested in your talismans at all. If you're willing to leave, then I'll give you a few high-grade talismans, all right? As she gazed at the stack of high-grade talismans in Yang Yi's hand, a wisp of shock flashed in the woman's eyes. After all, treasures like talismans were still extremely precious even to a member of the imperial household like her. Earlier, producing those 20 mid-grade talismans had already started to hurt slightly for her. But she's never imagined that this young man before her would actually possess over 10 high-grade talismans. 10 high-grade talismans? It was impossible for even the elite disciple of the sects to easily obtain talismans of such quality. The woman glanced deeply at Yang Yi, and then she revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, so you're the true rich man. Big sister was asking to be humiliated just now. In any case, big sister doesn't care anymore. Big sister has taken a liking to you, and big sister refuses to let go of you. If you don't bring me along with you as you flee, then we'll just become a pair that suffers the same fate." Chapter 108 Shock. Do you not know shame? Yang Yi spoke furiously. If it was possible, he would definitely chop this woman into two. The woman smiled and said, "It's useless no matter what you said. At any rate, big sister refuses to let you go." Clang. A golden glow flashed. Yang Yi's unsheathed sword slashed mercilessly at the woman by his side. Yang Yi wasn't the sort of person who would think with his little brother while facing a beauty. The woman before him was extremely beautiful and tempting, but did it have anything to do with him? This woman before him hadn't hesitated to draw enemies over to him for the sake of her own safety. In Yang Yi's opinion, this was an enemy. Since she was an enemy, then Yang Yi didn't care if she was a woman or an elderly person. Enemies should be killed. The woman's face changed. She had never expected that this man before her would really make a move against her, and the speed of his sword was actually so swift. She didn't have the time to think before she flipped her wrist, and a black whip struck towards the sword in Yang Yi's hand. Clang! Sparks shot out from the point of collision between the whip and the sword. Yang Yi didn't execute another attack after this one failed, and he sheathed his sword before glancing coldly at the woman. This woman's strength was extremely formidable, and he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her unless he utilized his sword intent and the two king-rank dark beasts. If it was at any other time, he would definitely summon the two nether wolves and deal with this woman. However, he couldn't do that right now, because the woman's identity wasn't simple at all. If he killed the woman, then those cavalries behind him would definitely not let him go, and even if he left the Grand Myriad Mountains, the Grand Sheen Empire would definitely not let him go. Moreover, if he fought the woman, then the dark beasts and men behind would definitely catch up. At that time, it would absolutely be extremely troublesome because he didn't think that the spirit-ranked dark beast would let him go. The woman wrapped her whip around her hand, and she was extremely shocked in her heart as she gazed at Yang Yi. The speed of that sword strike was too swift, and if she hadn't been secretly vigilant since the beginning, then she would have definitely suffered a loss before that sword strike. Who exactly is he? He's already so formidable at the mortal realm, so how extraordinary would he be when he attains the first heaven realm? She suppressed the shock in her heart and glanced resentfully at Yang Yi before she said, "Little brother, how ruthless of you. You actually wanted to kill big sister without any hesitation or showing any mercy. You heartless fellow." Yang Yi said in a cold voice, "Is there any point in putting on such an act?" The woman smiled when she heard this. "Little brother, big sister admits that I approached you earlier so that you would bring me along with you. However, big sister is really interested in you now. You're so strong and so rich, so big sister has really been fascinated by you." Yang Yi disregarded her words and said, "Will you really not leave? I won't leave even if you kill me. Big sister is definitely following by your side." She spoke in a firm manner. Yang Yi turned around to look at the cavalries and dark beasts that were getting closer and closer. He knew that the woman and he possessed the boost from Strider talismans now, so it would be impossible to catch up to them in a short period of time. However, once this went on, then the cavalries and dark beasts would catch up sooner or later. Moreover, how many dark beasts were there within Grand Myriad Mountains? If that spirit-ranked dark beast commanded the other dark beasts to capture them, then the two of them would be unable to escape even if they grew wings. Yang Yi took a deep breath before he waved his right hand, and then the Nether Wolf King appeared by their side. The woman's pupils constricted when she saw the Nether Wolf King, and her countenance instantly turned pale because this scene was truly too shocking. Yang Yi disregarded the woman's shock and leaped up onto the Nether Wolf King's back, and then he said to the woman that was still shocked, "Are you still not going to get on?" He didn't want to bring the woman along, but he had no choice. If the woman followed close behind him, then he would be unable to get rid of those dark beasts and men even if he rode the Nether Wolf King. Now, he could only get rid of those dark beasts and men while bringing her along with him before asking her to leave by herself. This was the only method he could think of. The woman was stunned when she heard Yang Yi, and then she blinked and said, "On it? Can I really do that? Are you getting on or not?" Yang Yi frowned. The woman stopped hesitating, and she leaped up and descended firmly behind Yang Yi. After that, she didn't have any qualms to embrace Yang Yi's waist with both hands and nestled up tightly against Yang Yi's back. She muttered, "A king-ranked dark beast. I'm actually sitting on a king-ranked dark beast. Everyone would definitely think I've gone mad if I tell others about this. Can you move back a little?" Yang Yi was extremely speechless when he felt two enormous balls squish up against his back. Does this woman know no shame? Even a woman like me hasn't made a fuss about it. So as a man, what are you making a fuss about it for? Yang Yi. With the Nether Wolf King to ride instead of running on foot, their speed had instantly improved by more than 2 times, and they pulled apart the distance between them and the pursuers behind them. The expressions of the curly-bearded man and the middle-aged man changed when they saw Yang Yi and the woman ride on a king-ranked dark beast. Besides shock, the curly-bearded man's eyes carried deep bewilderment within it. A king-ranked dark beast is acting as a mount for a human? What a joke. The curly-bearded man was slightly unable to accept the scene had just witnessed. After his bewilderment lapsed, he felt furious. Yes, the curly-bearded man was furious after he recovered from his shock. No matter what the reason was, a king-ranked dark beast had acted as a mount for a human, and this was something he was unable to tolerate. Moreover, it was something the Dark Beast Empire was unable to tolerate as well because it was an enormous embarrassment for the Dark Beast Empire. Human, you actually dared to make a king-ranked dark beast be your mount? I'll fucking tear you into pieces. After he roared furiously, the curly-bearded man sped up. The eyes of the middle-aged man revealed shock and bewilderment as well. In the beginning, Head felt that the young man was unusual, but once he noticed that the young man was only at the mortal realm, Head given up on paying attention to the young man. However, Had never expected that the young man would actually summon a king-rank dark beast at this moment. My God, that's a king-rank dark beast. Moreover, why has Her Highness gone with that young man? And why did that young man take Her Highness with him? Could it be that they planned all of this? When he thought up to here, the middle-aged man's face sank. Had heard that this princess didn't want to go to the Dark Beast Empire, and had been constantly on guard against her fleeing since the beginning of this mission. All along the way, the princess had remained quiet, and he thought that Shed accepted her fate, yet never had he imagined that Shed made plans in advance. Young man, no matter which sect you belong to, prepare to suffer the rage of the Grand Qing Empire. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice within his heart. Yang Yi didn't know what they were thinking, and he only hoped that he could escape those men and dark beasts as soon as possible before asking the woman to leave by herself. Because Yang Yi wasn't interested in interfering in the nonsense between dark beasts and the Grand Qing Empire. Suddenly, the violet mink scratched Yang Yi's hair, and then it pointed at those black hawks that resided in the sky above them. You're saying that they're watching us, and if we're unable to deal with them, then we'll be unable to escape the dark beasts behind us? Asked Yang Yi. The violet mink nodded. Yang Yi frowned. Those black hawks were over 200 m away in the air, so his sword chi was utterly unable to harm them. After a short moment, he looked at the little fellow and said, "Can you do anything about them?" The violet mink nodded. "Then he'll leave them to you." Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. The violet mink smiled before it waved its little claw, and then its figure instantly vanished from Yang Yi's shoulder. In the next moment, it had appeared over 30 m above him. When she witnessed this scene, the woman's watery eyes opened wide as she said, Little brother, don't tell big sister that it's a king-rank dark beast as well. Otherwise, big sister's heart wouldn't be able to take it." Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he just gazed at the violet mink in the sky. In next to no time, the black hawks that circled the sky above seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and they let out resounding shrill cries before they fled swiftly towards the distance. A violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. The little fellow opened up its claws, and then a few black feathers appeared within its little claws. Yang Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he saw this. Obviously, the little fellow had plucked their feathers just now. No wonder those black hawks seemed to be so miserable. "Little brother, who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, the woman asked in an extremely serious manner. She was extremely curious about Yang Yi's identity because a human was actually able to command dark beasts, and it was even king-rank dark beasts. This was truly unusual. Yang Yi said indifferently, "Do you think I would tell you? By the way, we'll be splitting up once we get rid of those cavalries and dark beasts behind us. I don't have any obligation to protect you forever, understand?" Yang Yi had just finished speaking when he felt a huge lump snuggle up tightly onto his back, and it seemed as if it intended to fuse into his back. After that, he heard the woman lament, "Little brother, are you really that heartless? People frequently say that one should do good until the end. Can't you send big sister out of the Grand Myriad Mountains?" Chapter 109. You're unbeatable. This plain was boundlessly huge. Yang Yi rode on the dashing Netherwolf King for 4 hours, yet was still unable to leave this plain, and coupled the fact that the amount of dark beasts pursuing them was growing in number. Yang Yi's expression turned gloomy. It wasn't just behind them. Numerous black spots had even appeared in the sky. Obviously, these black dots were summoned by the spirit-rank dark beast to watch them. Even though the violet mink could deal with these flying dark beasts, it was utterly useless, because no matter how many they killed, the spirit-rank dark beast would immediately send even more over, and they were simply endless in number. "Little brother, the situation seems to be slightly bad." Right when Yang Yi was feeling troubled, the woman behind him spoke with a smile on her face, and her tone didn't carry even a trace of anxiousness and even carried a faint feeling of taking pleasure in Yang Yi's misfortune. Yang Yi turned around and glared fiercely at the woman before he said angrily, "You know the situation is bad? Isn't all of this because of you? For God's sake, you're a member of the Grand Qin Empire's imperial household at any rate. So could it be that you don't have any method to get out of this situation?" Yang Yi absolutely refused to believe that she didn't possess any trump cards to save her own life, because the Colossus, which was the imperial household of the Grand Qin Empire, wasn't inferior to the Origin School at all. The woman blinked, and then she revealed a pitiable appearance and said timidly, "Little brother, I'm only a weak woman. So how could I have any way out of this situation? I can only rely on little brother's protection. So I hope little brother can take pity on me." Yang Yi frowned and said, "Can you not try that on me? Also, can you stop calling me little brother?" The words little brother truly made him feel slightly uncomfortable. "All right, little brother." The woman chuckled as she spoke. Yang Yi took a deep breath before he said calmly, "Tell me, their main intentions are to capture you. So would those human cavalries let me go if I hand you over to them?" He wasn't afraid of dark beasts, and he was only afraid of those human cavalries. Or more precisely speaking, he was afraid of the Colossus, which was the Grand Qin Empire, because its forces in the southern territory were something that no one could avoid fearing. The woman smiled and said, "If you did that earlier, then I'm not sure if the dark beast would let you off, but those members of the palace guard would probably let you go. However, they will definitely not let you go now." "Why?" Yang Yi was puzzled. The corners of the woman's mouth raised slightly while a charming smile arose on her face. She said, "Because they definitely think that we're in this together now. To put it more precisely, they think that we've eloped. Even though my status in the imperial household isn't very high, I'm a member of the imperial household at any rate. So, do you think the members of the imperial household would permit me to elope with someone? Besides that, the objective of my journey this time was to get married, and the other party is the second son of the Beast Emperor of Dark Beast Empire. If he finds out that his fiancée had eloped with someone, then as a man, do you think he would let you go? Let Big Sister tell you a secret. He's an expert at the spirit realm. Right, those dark beasts behind us are against the attainment of peace through marriage. So, do you think they would let you go after you took me away? In short, Big Sister must congratulate you. Because you've done something that many people are afraid of doing or even thinking about. You've offended both the Grand Sheen Empire and the Dark Beast Empire at the same time." After he heard the woman, Yang Yi didn't fly into a rage as the woman had imagined, and he pondered deeply with a calm expression instead. In all honesty, Yang Yi was extremely furious at this moment. After all of this was caused by the woman behind him. He wasn't a saint, so he was naturally angry. If it was possible, then he would have sliced the woman into pieces and then flogged her corpse. However, what was the point of anger now? Could he fight the woman behind him? Or perhaps surrender to the people behind him and hand the woman over? If all of this was possible, then he wouldn't hesitate to do it. However, it wasn't. In other words, being angry now was of utterly no use. So, instead of getting angry, it was better to think of a practical method. Of course, he wouldn't let the woman off in the future because he, Yang Yi, was no fool that others could toy with at will. However, he had to first think of a method to escape those people behind him. "Why aren't you angry?" Meanwhile, the woman behind Yang Yi spoke with slight curiosity. According to her expectations, Yang Yi should be infuriated, or at least curse at her. However, Yang Yi seemed to be so calm, and it was as if he hadn't heard her at all. This caused her to be slightly curious and puzzled. Yang Yi didn't answer her, and he turned around to look at her instead before he said in a serious tone, "I don't care about your status in the Grand Sheen Empire. All I want to say is that we're in the same boat now. So, if we don't join forces and work together, then there'll only be calamity waiting for us. I've already done my best and utilized my trump cards to escape them. I think you should chip in as well." The woman restrained her smile when she heard this, and then she cracked a smile after a while and said, "Little brother, you're right. However, Big Sister really doesn't have any trump cards." Don't start glaring at Big Sister first. Big Sister hasn't finished speaking. Even though Big Sister doesn't have any trump cards, Big Sister has a method to escape all of them. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What method?" The woman smiled and said, "Ask your Beast King to dash towards the right because there's an ancient ruin 500 kilometers away from here. That ruin was where the previous empire resided, and there are vengeful spirits and various formations of the precious empire there. Those palace guards and dark beasts would be helpless against us as long as we enter the ruins." "Ruins?" Yang Yi frowned and said, "Wouldn't they just follow us in?" The woman rolled her eyes at Yang Yi and said, "If we hide around the ruins after we enter it, then would they still be able to find us? Moreover, it's filled with danger, so if so many of them enter it, then at least half of them would perish within. I don't know about the dark beasts, but the leader of the palace guards, Jiang Lin, wouldn't dare to allow the palace guards to enter. At the very most, he would enter himself with 2 formidable subordinates by his side." "How do you know about that ruins?" asked Yang Yi. He was naturally unable to fully believe the woman before him because one should always stay vigilant against the malicious intent of others. The woman glanced at Yang Yi as if she was looking at an idiot, and then she said, "Little brother, are you really a disciple of a sect? What has that got to do with anything?" Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. The woman slapped herself on the forehead and said, "Because that ruin is a place where the disciples of the sects temper themselves. The disciples of all the 6 great powers of the Southern Territory and my Grand Sheen Empire head to those ruins to temper themselves. Even though it's dangerous, it's similarly filled with fortuitous encounters. because many people have found numerous high-rank cultivation techniques and combat techniques there. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, "Little brother, are you not a disciple of the sword sect?" Yang Yi was pondering whether the ruins were reliable when he suddenly heard this question, and he was first stunned before he shook his head and said, "I'm not a disciple of the sword sect. Let's go to the ruins. At any rate, we don't have any other way to escape our pursuers." The woman's eyes lit up when she heard Yang Yi, and then she spoke with slight wonder. "You aren't a disciple of the sword sect? But your sword technique?" "I said I'm not a disciple of the sword sect. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Yang Yi spoke in a slightly angry manner. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered the nether wolf beneath him to change the direction it was heading and dash towards the right. The woman seemed to be extremely interested in Yang Yi's background, and she asked, "Little brother, since you aren't a disciple of the sword sect, then you're most probably a disciple of the origin school?" "I don't belong to a sect." Yang Yi spoke in an indifferent tone. The woman spoke with a puzzled tone. "Little brother, with your natural talent and strength, you even have the qualifications to enter the origin school. So, why don't you have a sect? Does this have anything to do with you?" "Of course it does. I'm eloping with you right now. In other words, you're my man now. At the very least, you are, in name. So, how could it not be related to me?" Yang Yi. A long time later, the woman figured a single thing out. This man before her didn't have a sect, and this caused the woman's eyes to glow brilliantly. She immediately said, "Little brother, since you don't have a sect, then why don't you join my Grand Qin Empire's Imperial Academy? With your strength and natural talent, it would simply be too easy to pass the test and join the academy." "I'm not interested." Yang Yi didn't even give it any consideration before he refused directly. If it was in the past, then he might have been interested. However, he had his master now, so why join that academy and be restricted by it? The woman was slightly anxious, and she said, "How could you not be interested? If you joined the Imperial Academy and obtained a position in the top 10 during the test, then you'd be able to obtain a title from the Empire. In this way, no one will say anything about me eloping with you, and the Empire won't punish me. Moreover, ITLL even say that I was wise enough to discern a hero. How could you not be interested in such an important matter?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath as he calmed himself. After that, he turned around to look at the woman before he said, "Pretty girl, it seems like you gained all the benefits in this, and am only there to do all the work without getting any benefits at all. Let me ask you, on what basis should I do that? Are we close? Why should I exert myself and struggle desperately for you? Do I look like an idiot?" The woman blushed. Indeed, she had only considered herself earlier. However, her countenance recovered in next to no time, and then she gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly embarrassed expression. She said, "Of course, there are benefits for you as well, like obtaining the rewards of the Grand Qin Empire, or like really marrying me." Yang Yi chuckled coldly and said, "Really marry you? Pretty girl, please don't take me to be an idiot. All right? I'm not an idiot that helps someone screw me over. Besides that, I already have someone I like, so I'm not interested in you." The woman's embarrassed smile froze, but it quickly returned to normal, and she said in a low voice, "I really do feel admiration towards little brother, and I have no intention of using little brother. Even if I did, it's only a very, 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 very little bit. Besides that, so what if you have someone you like? Isn't it normal for a man to have a few wives?" "You're unbeatable." Yang Yi gave the woman a thumbs up. This woman before him was truly detestable, and her thoughts and how open she was were things that Yang Yi was slightly unable to bear. Right when the woman intended to continue speaking, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Cut the crap. We're in trouble." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.